morning, everyone. Check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. We are ready to get started. I'm inviting everyone to come on inside. Good morning. And as we know, this conference is rooted in health and wellness. So we're actually going to get started with a little movement before we kick off. So I'm inviting everybody to stand. Let's get moving. Thank you. I know some heels are here, but hope everybody is feeling good. Ready? No, but it's okay. We're going to get there. All right. Cue music. Welcome, everyone. Come on in if you are in the back or outside. Come on in. We're getting ready to spend a few wellness moments together before we officially get started today. All right, let's... Mr. Walker says push-ups. Not today. All right, until the music gets started, let's take a couple deep breaths in through the nose. And exhale it out. Good job. Inhale it in. Deep from the diaphragm. And exhale it out. Another deep breath in.
The sun is out and shining. A smile on my face. Good morning.
Let's rotate the leg all the way around.
How you doing today?
More volume with that music.
If I am living, I have to live it up. No matter the feeling, I got to get up. If I am living, I have to live it up. No matter the feeling.
You guys start. We're just coming to sit down.
And that's
all right,
a spirit.
slight squat and up. Not much. Just getting the body moving.
And you can do
down and up. Yep. Heels and all. I love it. Down and up. Good.
And you can do
all right, let's stretch it out. Let's stretch. So we're going
and that's a
right,
when you fall on the ground,
right,
pick up your
right, left. Looking good. And across the chest. Nice. Good. And just march it out. I know say you want to come in your suit and tie, but it's a health and wellness tourism conference, so we got to move, right? And we give thanks for today. All right. 2 more deep breaths in through the nose. And exhale it out. And inhale. And exhale. I come prepared for a whole workout, but I'm going to take it easy on you guys today. All right, so you guys moving up, you ready? Are you ready for a fantastic day? All right, so we're getting ready. We're going to have a few wellness moments and then we'll officially get started, okay? Thank you so much for joining.
I work extensively with crystals in my healing practice, and I also work with these amazing crystal alchemy bowls. So these bowls are made of pure quartz, and they are infused with semi-precious stones. These bowls are also attuned to the frequency of 432 Hz, which is the frequency of connecting with nature. These bowls are also tuned to the notes of our 7 main chakras, which are our main energetic body. So what these bowls do is that they align the frequency of our own body with that of the bowl. And the frequency of the bowl is much higher than the human body. So it makes you feel lighter. If you have a headache, if you have any ailments, it helps the ailment to transmute it better. Obviously, you have to use medicines or your line of treatment along with that. But these bowls, sound therapy, helps you relax, detox, and basically aligns your body, mind, and soul. So thank you for joining me today and being on this beautiful sound journey with me.
Greetings. I'm Afia Walking Tree, and I'm in this absolutely stunning Hope Botanical Gardens in Kingston, Jamaica. And today we are going to experience the nature of our breathing and drumming and allowing ourselves to wake up today, to clarify, to clear out, to purify, and to also bring ourselves into a space of alertness, awakeness. You can put your palms together, and the ring finger goes down in the center, and then just get everything over and just put it in a ball, and then we're going to bring it to the heart. If that's too complicated, you can also just do this. Just the prayer pose is perfect. All right, so right at the heart, notice your heart. Taking a big deep breath in, you can lower your eyes, close your eyes, whatever feels comfortable to you. Breathing in and out. Taking a deep breath in, suspending at the top of that breath, and release with a sound. Just noticing the feeling in the body, noticing the cells activating themselves. Just allowing yourself to sit in that beautiful space that you have conjured. Your connection to nature, and nature connecting to you through the breath. Allow the breath to just continue being natural, naturally breathing in and out at your pace. When you have that moment to reflect and you're ready to open your eyes and just look around from right where you're at, look and see what you can see, connecting with nature. The nature of your breath. the nature of awakening, the nature of being present in this moment. One more deep breath in. At the top, bringing the arms up in the air, stretching, opening the heart chakra, extending the arms to the side, head back, looking up. Breathing in, bringing the arms up again with the breath in and out. One last time, breathing in, bringing the arms up, bending over, and opening the chest. Breath of life, pranayama. In Kundalini, we say Satnam. Satnam means truth is my identity. So I say to you and greet you in this way. Truth is my identity, and I know that truth is yours as well. Satnam. Thank you. Greetings. I'm Afia Walking Tree, and I'm in this absolutely stunning Hope Botanical Gardens in Kingston, Jamaica. And today we are going to experience the nature of our breathing and drumming and allowing ourselves to wake up today, to clarify, to clear out, to purify, and to also bring ourselves into a space of alertness, awakeness. You can put your palms together and the ring finger goes down in the center, and then just get everything over and just put it in a ball, and then we're going to bring it to the heart. If that's too complicated, you can also just do this. Just the prayer pose is perfect. All right, so right at the heart, notice your heart. Taking a big deep breath in, you can lower your eyes, close your eyes, whatever feels comfortable to you. Breathing in and out.
Chairman of the Health and Wellness Network, and this is one of the networks in the Tourism Linkages Program. Mrs. Carolyn McDonald-Riley, Director of the Tourism Linkages Network, esteemed panelists, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, members of staff, exhibitioners, good morning to everyone. Students, good to see you this morning. It's good that you have braved the weather and have joined us for the start of the 5th Health and Wellness Tourism Conference here at the Montego Bay Convention Center. It's good to see you all. Now, we have been listening to the drumming, and so by now, it means that we have centered ourselves. Now I'm going to ask you to center your hearts and your minds as we acknowledge God and give him thanks. And so we start by saying, "Worthy are you, O Lord and God, to receive the glory and the honor and the power. For you created all things, and because of your will they exist, and were created and brought into being." Let us pray. Mighty God of healing and grace, we thank you for today. We thank you for life, for health, and for strength. We thank you, Lord, for everyone here today, whether in person or in the virtual space. Lord, we come before you now, seeking your blessings on this, our 5th Health and Wellness Tourism Conference. We pray that your blessings will be upon us. The organizers of this conference, our moderators, the presenters, the participants, the support teams, representatives from the media, and of course, everyone who has something on display today. Lord, we pray that you will bless us. We pray that you will guide the proceedings, that all the objectives will be met, and that you will open new opportunities for our spas and providers of health and wellness products and services across Jamaica. Father God, we pray that this conference will truly be a learning experience, and that the knowledge imparted will be used to advance our wellness as we seek to promote and practice healthy living. Healthy living, whether it's physical, spiritual, or emotional health. We ask, Lord, that we'll approach this in ways that are pleasing to you. Help us to be conscious that our bodies truly represent your temple, in which the Holy Spirit dwells. Again, we pray that you will guide our proceedings over the 2 days so that we may realize our desired success. These and other mercies we ask, knowing, Lord, that you hear our prayers and that you answer prayers. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen. And before I move, let me just tell you that Minister is not physically here this morning, but you certainly will hear from him. So enjoy the 2 days proceedings. Thank you.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, morning, morning. My name is Camila MacDonald, and I will be your host for the next 2 days, guiding you through the proceedings. And it is my distinct pleasure and such an honor to welcome you to the 5th annual Jamaica Health and Wellness Tourism Conference under the theme, The Blue Ocean Revolution, Unlocking the Potential of Health and Wellness Tourism. So on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism and its agency, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, I want to thank you for joining us here at the beautiful Montego Bay Convention Center. I know it's pouring with rain outside, but we're bringing the Jamaica sunshine inside, right? You can also join us through YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram via @TEFJamaica and @PBCJ. So I want to acknowledge the dignitaries and guests in the house. Let's start off with Miss Jennifer Griffith. She's the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Tourism. Miss Joy Roberts, the Executive Director of the Jamaica Vacations Limited. Miss Georgia Robinson, Executive Director of Devon House. Miss Maureen James, Executive Director of Montego Bay Convention Center. Mr. Robin Russell, the President of Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, Mr. Garth Walker, Chairman of Health and Wellness Network and Tourism Linkages Network, Mrs. Carolyn MacDonald Riley, Director of Tourism Linkages Network, esteemed panelists, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. So for the past 5 years, this conference has brought together leaders in the health and wellness tourism industry and around the world, from the Caribbean, from Jamaica, and around the world. And this year is going to be no different. The Tourism Linkages Network, a division of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, and the producers of this year's conference have put together a stellar lineup of wellness tourism industry practitioners who will, over the next 2 days, delve into the trends and insights of unlocking the potential of health and wellness tourism. New to this year's staging of the Wellness Conference, the Health and Wellness Conference, is the inaugural Excellence in Health and Wellness Tourism Awards, and these awards highlight stakeholders in the health and wellness tourism sector in Jamaica across 7 categories: Outstanding Wellness Resort, Outstanding Spa or Wellness Facility, Innovation in Health and Wellness Tourism, Outstanding Contribution to Education and Training in Wellness Tourism, Wellness Travel Blogger or Social Media Influencer, Outstanding Wellness Retreat or Event, and Wellness Tourism Industry Pioneer. We will also have, for the 2nd year, the Health and Wellness Supplier Trade Show, showcasing local businesses from across the health and wellness sector, offering products, services, and experiences. So to all our participating businesses, we welcome you and we want to thank you so much for participating in this, our 5th year. We also want to acknowledge our partners, the Ministry of Tourism and its agencies, the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, the JHTA, JAMPRO, Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, the RADA, Rural Agricultural Development Authority, and sponsors, Stewart's Automotive Group, the Exim Bank Jamaica, the Development Bank of Jamaica, Short Time Emergency Services Limited, and I'd love for you all to stand for the national anthem. I want to thank Miss Jennifer Griffith, CD, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, for that wonderful prayer. And now to officially welcome us, I want to introduce Mr. Garth Walker to the stage, Chairman of the Health and Wellness Network and Tourism Linkages Network.
Please allow me to accept the protocol that has been established. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and a profound sense of pride that I stand before you today as the Chairman of the Health and Wellness Network of the Tourism Linkages, a division of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, welcoming you to the distinguished 5th Jamaica Health and Wellness Tourism Conference. The gathering marks a pivotal moment in our ongoing commitment to advancing health and wellness tourism, and it is an honor to have each of you here, both in person and online, as we collectively embark on this transformative journey. The Jamaica Health and Wellness Tourism Conference has become a hallmark event and a testament to the dedication and passion of the Health and Wellness Network. This conference is more than just a meeting of the minds. It is a celebration of the strides we have made and the potential that lies ahead in the vibrant realm of health and wellness tourism. Our theme for this year, the Blue Ocean Revolution, Unlocking the Potential of Health and Wellness Tourism, encapsulates the spirit of exploration, innovation, and the boundless opportunities awaiting us in this dynamic industry. Throughout the next 2 days, we will delve into key thematic areas that span the global landscape of wellness, from insights into global wellness, trends to discussions in the intricacies of product standardization and certification. As we convene here in Jamaica, our goal is not only to bring together leaders from our beautiful island, but also to foster connections with visionaries from across the Caribbean region and around the world. The rich diversity of experiences and perspectives gathered in this room is a testament to the global impact and importance of health and wellness tourism. Within the framework of our commitment to health and wellness tourism, Jamaica is set to promote existing wellness products and services while strategically developing and marketing spa facilities throughout the island. The Health and Wellness Network will play a crucial role in driving support for product development, utilizing the abundant natural resources available to create unique offerings for both spa facilities and our valued visitors. Our goal is clear: to enhance and develop Jamaica's health and wellness products and packages, position it as a standout niche in the world of tourism. Through the efforts of the Health and Wellness Network, we aspire to showcase Jamaica as a premier destination for those seeking not just a vacation, but a holistic wellness experience. The agenda for today is filled with thought-provoking sessions, including a fireside chat on investing in a new era of wellness, a discussion on innovative activities in health and wellness, and a panel discussion addressing standardization and certification in the wellness value chain. Additionally, we are eager to shine a spotlight on the captivating domain of community-led wellness tourism, a trend that not only enriches the present, but also lays the foundation for a transformative future. Join us as we unravel the myriad benefits and enduring significance of this evolving facet within the broader landscape of health and wellness. To further enhance your conference experience, we've curated a rejuvenating fitness session designed to invigorate both your mind and body. I wholeheartedly encourage you to arise from your seats and actively engage in this session later today, allowing yourself the opportunity to recharge and embrace the holistic essence of our gathering. Additionally, our features an array of captivating booths, each offering a unique window in the wealth of possibilities within our health and wellness sector. I urge you to take a moment to explore these informative booths, which provide valuable insights into the diverse offerings that contribute to the vitality of our industry. One of the most anticipated moments of our conference awaits us with a keynote address by the Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Edmund Bartlett. In this address, he will impart invaluable insights into Jamaica as a quintessential garden of the wellness-conscious traveler, making it a highlight not to be missed. As we embark on this conference, let us engage in meaningful discussions, forge new connections, and collectively contribute to the growth and development of the wellness tourism. On behalf of the Tourism Linkages Network, and by extension, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, and the Ministry of Tourism, I wish you all an inspiring and fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Garth Walker. And it is indeed going to be an incredible lineup of sessions, panelists, discussions, fireside chats. I'm super, super excited. So to give remarks, I would love for everyone to help me welcome Mr. Robin Russell, the president of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, to the stage. Everybody help me welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. All right. So I was in good morning again, everyone. P.S. Thank you for coming all the way in this inclement weather. This is not what Mobe is like. Mr. Walker, Ms. Carolyn McDonald Riley, the hardest working, well, second hardest behind the PS working person in tourism. And that's because she sponsors Monday Night Out in Mobe, so thank you. I didn't hear anybody say hello to Miss Carol Rose Brown. Oh, hello, Carol Rose Brown. JCTI, you students, make sure you end up there before long. But thank you, everyone, for coming out. I know the weather is not a wellness weather, but we're going to bring sunshine in here, because that's what it's all about. How do we make people feel better even when they're under the weather? So I was speaking to Garth Walker just recently, well, at the door, and I was in Europe. And while I was there, you know, you're talking to the Europeans and you're figuring out, why do all Europeans look slim? Why do they, you know, how do they conduct their daily lives and they're not obese, they're not overly sick, they enjoy what they do? And the first thing was their food. When you go into any European household, they have one of those small 5 cubic, I don't know if some of you remember them, or some of you might go into hotels and you see these small, very small fridges with the freezer about this small. And the reason is they go to the market every day and they buy fresh food. So when they feel like having a fish, they go down to the seaside and they buy a fresh fish from the fishermen, freshly caught. And on the way back, they stop at the local market and they pick up some, whatever it is, whether it's pasta, whether it's vegetables, and they go home and they cook. The fridge is for milk and eggs and, you know, just stuff that you might use for 2 or 3 days. And then you shift to Western society and you're saying, we buy these big fridges and we store all this processed food, and then we wonder why we look like this. Well, we look like this because what we put in is what the body looks like. Regardless of how much exercise you do and how much pills you take, if you're not putting in healthy stuff, you're expected to look the way we do. No pun intended. And then the second thing was, above, you know, the pyramid of needs and wants, or needs, you know, you have housing, clothing, food, whatever. Number one in a European's mentality during the survey was food. And number two was vacation. And I found that very interesting. A European will take, and we know in the tourism industry, 10 to 14 days of vacation every year, and it's not this accumulated vacation. We all know teachers and police who go on vacation for 6 months, 8 months. No. Every year they demand their 2 weeks, and they take it. Whether it's a backpack and they go jump on a train, or they come to Jamaica, or they do whatever. Because they recognize that wellness is also in your head. And you can't constantly work without appreciating and without enjoying life. And part of enjoying life is going out and vacationing. Now, vacation is relative, because we learned in COVID that vacation could be right here in Jamaica, and a lot of Jamaicans, we appreciate you coming into the hotels during COVID because you kept us open. I will always thank the Jamaicans, and we will always appreciate you coming back to our resorts and keeping us busy and keeping the staff employed. But, so what did we learn? That if you eat well, and you vacation or you take time for your mental health, you could live a very healthy life. You could live and have fun doing it. So how do we translate that now to wellness? Well, we speak about standardization. And the first thing we have learned in standardization is, and thanks to Bureau of Standards and all of these new organizations and how we do business now, is we need to have stuff on the label. We have to label our products properly. And persons are now more cognizant of what they're putting in their body, so they're reading these labels. And our manufacturers have recognized that some of these things that they used to put in our products, they can't do it again. We're seeing where the Ministry of Education is now saying no more sweets in schools, no more sugary drinks, no more. Although when I go to the gate and I buy them, I know, we all know, and I go to the vendor out front. But it is a move to get us into a more healthy lifestyle, that we can live a better life. And when we speak about now those persons coming to Jamaica and experiencing wellness, I would say that we have to be well also. It's important. We've done it for years. We were one of the first people, and Camellia, sorry, yes, there you go. I watch it every morning at 5:30, but Camellia has a great restaurant that is now dealing with I don't want to say ITAL, plant-based ITAL stuff. Father, we've had this lifestyle ingrained in our society called ITAL, Rastaman eating the food, and him not eating this and him not eating that. It's not because he never liked eat it, but it wasn't good for him. And we're starting to see properties like Half Moon, where they're integrating more organic stuff into their foods. We're seeing where now Brown Hill and all these other properties are now integrating fresh grown gardens on their property. So where are we going? Why are we going there? It's because the consumer is now demanding it. And we have to give it to them. That's what they want. But we do it naturally. And that's why it's going to come so easy for us to do. And that is why it is easy for us to do. And you look at all these products, and every year we walk it, and every year I am more amazed by the stuff. But not even by the stuff, because Grandma used to give us castor oil, or Mommy used to give us castor oil before we go to school. But now it's in the soaps. All the old remedies that we used to hear about, that doctors are now saying, or doctors were saying, no, that's not good for you. You need to take a pill, or you need to get an injection. We're now realizing that some of these things, the fever grass, the Isla this, the guinea weed, all of these things are actually good for you. And they prevent. I had a friend of mine that was in the hospital 3 weeks ago. Hope I'm not taking too long. And he had dengue. The typical man had dengue, not going to the hospital. Well, he drop off him toilet, lie down in him shower, and his wife comes in there and says, "You all right?" He says, yeah, man, I just taking a break. Typical man. She says, "Give me 5 minutes." So she take him up, she put him back in the toilet, and him, if you go back in there, him drop off the toilet again, him lie down on the ground, him looking up. This time him cover himself up now, because him just decided that he was going to die. And she said, no, we need to go to the doctor. Take him to the doctor. Doctor say your blood pressure is 70/40, you're dehydrated, and they have him there, and they have him there, and they have him there. And he's not he's not getting better, but he's not getting worse. And the nurse comes in and the nurse says, Papa, leave. Papa, leave. Go home, tell him wife to go home, blend up some papa leaf, strain it, and give him it to drink. She says that's what they do for babies when babies are anemic and babies need to get their blood count up. Wife go home, but you have to lose. And I'm going to tell you within hours, blood pressure shot up, jump up. He was out of the hospital the same day. Immediate turnaround from where he was. No, could be coincidence, could be old wives' tale, but somebody over there looking to Papa Alif for dengue. Please. And I'm saying this to say, that's where we are going. I just recently read about Jamaica getting a patent for cancer because of, what's his name in Kingston. And that's what wellness is about. Wellness is about your mind, wellness is about your body, wellness is about how you live. And we in tourism are starting to embrace that. We are really starting to embrace that. We're starting to provide these things, the nature walks, and everything that is associated with it. I would like to just say, for all of those who don't believe in it, it still don't hurt you to try it. Come down to Doctor's Cave. They have underground springs that they say make you look a lot younger. And for the men, them say do other things. But come to Doctor's Cave and go to Milk River. Go to all these places that will rejuvenate you. And bring your guests with you. You know, these are things that we're starting to do now. And as we do them, we become a more holistic tourism destination. I don't know. But anyway, thank you guys for being here. I know the weather was terrible. We have a lot of exciting products. We have a lot of exciting things that will happen over the next couple of days, panel discussions, and we will look forward to seeing everyone for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Russell. We do indeed, just with our authentic culture and our landscape and everything that we have to offer in Jamaica, there is no reason why Jamaica cannot be the #1 wellness tourism destination in the world. And I also just want to welcome officially Professor Lloyd Walter. Hello, good morning. He's the head of GTRMC and senior advisor to the Minister of Tourism. And speaking of which, coming up next, I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker, the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, CDMP. The Honorable Edmund Bartlett is an innovator and visionary, attributes that have underscored his many years of successful service to the tourism industry. Under his leadership, tourism has been positioned as a catalyst for sustainable and inclusive growth through job and wealth creation, public partnerships, and community transformation. He is a tireless advocate for global tourism, resilience, and he is the founder and co-chair of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center at the University of the West Indies, Mona, Jamaica. As one of the world's leading tourism ministers, Mr. Bartlett has represented Jamaica regionally and internationally and has copped numerous awards for his outstanding contribution to the industry. Regrettably, Minister Bartlett was unable to join us in person. However, he sends us his best wishes for a successful conference, and we're going to hear from him now.
Good morning, everyone. I think commendations are in order for the Tourism Linkage Network, in particular, the Health and Wellness Network itself, as this is the 5th year of the Health and Wellness Conference, and each year it looks better, and I'm sure this year I can absolutely say is no exception. We're looking bigger and better, and I think particularly we have a lot to gain from the very informative presentations that are lined up today. And I want to help to anticipate that with you. I'm particularly pleased, in fact, with the emphasis that we're placing here in the ministry on Blue Ocean strategy as the means of unlocking the potential of health and wellness tourism, which has become our compass in charting the growth overall. The theme of my remarks today is Jamaica, the Garden of Eden for wellness-conscious travelers. This theme is well chosen, and it takes me back to the story of creation as outlined in the good book of Genesis. I'm not about to start preaching, but in Genesis we are told that having formed the earth and separated the sky from the sea, God said, "Let the earth burst forth with every sort of grass and seed-bearing plant, and fruit trees with seeds inside the fruit, so that these seeds will produce the kind of plants and fruits that are there today." And after he had made man, he told him, "I've given you the seed-bearing plants throughout the earth and all the fruit trees for your food and also for the healing of your bodies." Years ago, our ancestors understood this to mean that God himself advises human creation on the path to good health and well-being, which is why today health specialists are advising us to eat from nature's market, not the supermarket, and to make health your wealth. Most people tend to speak of health and wellness as if they are the same. Actually, they are not, but they do go together. If you explore the meanings, you will learn that health is defined as the goal and wellness is the active process of achieving that goal. I like this definition. Health refers to a state where the physical body is free from diseases, while wellness refers to an overall balance of a person's physical, social, spiritual, emotional, intellectual, environmental, and occupational well-being. Simply put, wellness goes beyond just being healthy in the body. It consciously engages the mind, the heart, and the soul. The experts at the World Health Organization define well-being as a positive state experienced by individuals and societies. The WHO says that similar to health, it is a resource for daily life and is determined by social, economic, and environmental conditions, encompassing the quality of life and the ability of people and societies to contribute to the world with a sense of meaning and purpose. Tourism embraces all of these concepts, and our tourism industry was born out of the search for somewhere that offered a condition conducive to health and wellness. As a tropical island, Jamaica is blessed with sun, sand, and sea, picturesque landscapes, and enchanting mountain ranges. Complementing all that, our herbalist tells us that this country is blessed with an abundance of herbal vegetation for gastronomic delight, well-being, health, and beauty. As tourism grows worldwide, so did niche markets within the industry. And according to the Global Wellness Economy Report, wellness, hospitality, and travel are now converging in unprecedented ways, from the healthy hotel concept going utterly mainstream to airports, airlines, and cruises, injecting so much wellness programming to the profusion of ever more creative wellness destinations, retreats, and tours. Prior to 2020, when the coronavirus shook the world like a global earthquake, we were seeing significant growth in wellness tourism. This has become even more pronounced now in this post-COVID period, with a greater awareness on everybody's part of the need for the practicing of healthy lifestyle. In fact, we call this new generation the COVID generation, or Generation C. So we therefore see wellness concept transforming almost every aspect of travel and tourism today, with a growth rate now that is phenomenal, and in fact, The industry now values some 4.2 trillion US dollars. Jamaica has been a haven for wellness seekers for a long time. And indeed, ever since we discovered the bath fountain, if you recall, the Milk River Spa, and later healing properties of our sea as a location like Doctors Cave Beach in Montego Bay, that helped to form the first elements of tourism in Jamaica. Today, Jamaica is recognized as a leading tourist destination in the Caribbean, offering visitors a rich and diverse cultural experience and an envious natural beauty of meandering mountains, verdant landscape with God-blessed varieties of vegetation, stalagmites and stalactites and so on. And so the allure of our blue turquoise waters has only added to all of this. And it does make Jamaica a very hospitable and enduring destination, and because of our endearing people. Importantly, with the WTO promoting the adoption of the Blue Ocean Strategy for Tourism, and here it is the UNWTO, yes? We were early with the adoption of Jamaica's own Blue Ocean Strategy policy and framework in 2021, laying the foundation for the emergence of a new and more inclusive form of tourism. It should be recalled that I said then that by applying the Blue Ocean Strategy to reset tourism, I was confident that the sector would, within the first 2 to 3 years after COVID, return to the high level of performances, and indeed we have. And through teamwork, dedication, motivation, and indeed partnership with stakeholders, I can report to you that we have done that, and we are doing, in fact, better than 2019. Developing the health and wellness subsector falls within our Blue Ocean Strategy goals of offering visitors an unmatched value proposition based on innovation, diversification, and differentiation of our tourism product. Just to elaborate a bit, differentiation will in fact set the destination apart and include a variety of accommodation types at different price points, a wide range of attractions and activities based on local culture, and expanded shopping that promotes locally produced goods. This is very important to us, especially our art and our craft, fashion, cosmetics, confectionery, spices, and beverages. Wellness tourism goes a step further in all of this now by focusing on enhanced physical, mental, and spiritual well-being through these activities and through the treatments that we give them and the environment that we create for health, happiness, and harmony. In addition to being pampered at a spa, people who travel for wellness also engage in meaningful and authentic experiences that connect them with their inner selves, with others, and with nature. And in so doing, they find balance, joy, and purpose in life. Underpinning all of this must be a product that provides visitors with a safe, secure, and seamless experience and makes the destination more sustainable and resilient. This form of differentiation, I think, will produce tourism experiences that cannot be replicated by other destinations. The richness of our biodiversity and the potential for conversion into nutraceutical products that are in demand and that offer so much possibility for health and wellness puts Jamaica as a premier destination in the Caribbean in particular, as we are a country with perhaps more offerings for health and wellness than all the English-speaking Caribbean combined. So, coming out of the pandemic, it becomes clear that among the increased demands of the travelers would be, of course, higher health, safety, and hygiene standards. You remember I mentioned this new demographic called Generation C, Generation COVID. Yes, that's who they are. And the widespread investment, therefore, in spas and other wellness type activities has grown exponentially, not just across the world, but even here in Jamaica, as we have seen a proliferation of health and wellness activities in various areas of our country. In recent times, I have had to be giving advice in terms of creating new spa arrangements across Jamaica, but also health and wellness venues. Only yesterday, I was speaking to a lady who says God has actually given her a vision to establish a spiritual wellness facility here in Jamaica on the North Coast. She has actually identified the place, and she's convinced that God will provide the resources that is necessary to enable it. I give you that as a light point, but it makes the real sense that Jamaica is not just a place for Sansi and Son, but it is a place where people can find themselves, can renew themselves, and can understand the value of relationships. So the point that I'm making here is that tourism is not valuable to a recipient country unless the supplies that the visitor requires to enable his enrichment and well-being is provided by the local citizens. And I want to encourage you to invest in health and wellness. I identify that as one of the reasons people travel, a passion point. And wealth of tourism is in the experiences that we create. It is not about living in hotel rooms and in fancy accommodations across the island, because we are learning that with Airbnb, for example, people are staying anywhere and everywhere. But what are they here? They are here to consume the richness of our cultural expressions. They are here to enjoy the wealth and the health that will ensue and enable them in time to go back with a feeling of having been somewhere special. You know, I've always said that the richness of the Jamaican experience is larger than any boat that comes, any ship that comes, than any plane that lands. It's larger than any suitcase that anyone carries. It's large enough, however, for the hearts of those who come. And that's really what we do. We give people a piece of our health and our wealth and our well-being. We give people a little piece of us, and that's what they take back to. Have lasting memory of their visit to Jamaica. And the truth is that they'll spend for it. As we indicated, that $4.2 trillion are spent on health and wellness. Jamaica needs to get its share of that. And that share is not what will go back to the countries of origin. That share is what will stay in our economy and make you wealthy and realize the prosperity that you must have. So I want to challenge you this morning to leave here with that sense of passion to invest more in health and wellness and to encourage other people to invest, recognizing that it is not just now to provide the means of economic well-being for you, but it is also to give a little piece of you to the visitors who come to Jamaica. God bless you today, and I spend the time celebrate as we celebrate the wonders of God's creation, the richness of our biodiversity, and our own capacity to innovate and to create products that are going to be satisfying to body, soul, mind, and spirit with an economic twist.
Under the theme, the Blue Ocean Revolution, unlocking the potential of health and wellness tourism here in Jamaica. Please also allow me to acknowledge Senator Sophia Longmore, who is here. We are going to be hearing from her later on today. All right. And we're going to be moving on to cutting edge statistics in health and wellness. All right. So please help me welcome Dr. Andre McDonald, CEO of Shoretime Emergency Medical Services.
Thank you, Madam Pierce. How are you? Wonderful. All the other esteemed guests in the audience, please allow me to recognize all the protocols already observed. A fine good morning to you. But that good morning doesn't sound like it's a good morning at all. Good morning, everybody. All right. Good morning to all the students. Good morning, students. Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you. I feel like a teacher. Let me see the hands of all those of us who believe that they are 100% healthy. Hands. One hand, two hands. Stand up for me. Those of you who believe you're 100% healthy, just stand up for me. Stand up, man. You put your hand. Stand up. Stand up, my friend. See that hand there? Stand up for me. I want you to give them a big round of applause for me. Give them a big round of applause. Keep standing. Keep standing. As a matter of fact, for those of you who are standing, I see one person here. I need 9 more persons to stand up. 9 more persons. Stand up for me. Just 9 more persons to stand up with her for me. 9 more persons. Boy, I thought we could count. 9 more persons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So we're almost there. Now, 8 out of the 10 of you who are standing will die from a chronic illness. You can just choose which 8 out of you right now. Right? You're going to die of either diabetes, heart disease, or high blood pressure. Those of you who won't die of that, sit for me. Alright. Alright, some of you are seated. So the rest of you who believe that you won't die of a chronic illness will die of either HIV and AIDS or a gunshot. So you can choose how you're going to die. You must die, right? It is said, we don't know who wrote the book of Hebrews up until now, but some people believe it is Paul, and he said it was appointed unto man once to die. So you must die at some point. Eh? We live in a wonderful country called Jamaica where the belief is that crime is our #1 killer. And so a lot of money and a lot of resources are spent towards crime. What we know is that criminal acts make the news every night. And so the zone of special operations in this current situation is highlighted. But the question is, is crime our number one killer? When you look at the top 10 causes of death in Jamaica today, crime never even got a bronze medal. Crime is in fourth place, and crime is bundled among all sorts of chronic ills in the current Jamaican society. The truth is, one is 7 times more likely to die of a chronic illness right now in Jamaica as opposed to a gunshot. The gunshot that we fear, the gunshot that we are defending ourselves against, the burglar bars that we spend so much money on, the Ministry of Security where a lot of money is spent. And when you look at our current budget, the money put towards crime and health is almost the same. When chronic illnesses are killing us 7 times more. So you must ask yourself the question, what is the number one killer in the society? And how much resources is being put towards it? And if chronic illnesses represent the number one killer, then ask yourselves, what is causing it? Well, 8 out of every 10 persons in Jamaica will die of a chronic illness. 8 out of every 10 doctor's visits, general practice visits in Jamaica is due to stress. And believe it or not, Jamaica is the 8th most stressful country in the world. Ranked more stressful than Afghanistan. Ranked more stressful than Palestine. Ranked more stressful than Syria. Can you believe it? Jamaica land we love. We did a little study at short-time emergency medical services, and we looked at how men compare to women, and we looked at this in comparison to a study that was done at the Kingston Public Hospital. And we were right there, and we saw that for every 1 man who visits the doctor, 22 women visits. The study at KPH said it was 20 to 1. Now the question is, what is happening to the men? And why are they not going to the doctor? What is happening to the Jamaican men? Do we even have 10 men in here? 10 men, stand up for me quickly. Quickly. 10 men, stand up for me quickly. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Come, let us give our men a big round of applause for me. That we at least have at least 10 men in the audience. Eh? No, don't sit, you stand up, man. We're very happy to see men, you know, when we see them in our society, we really have to recognize them. Well, 4 out of the 10 men who are standing has erectile dysfunction. What we have to... But you can't stand up, you have sat down. You should keep standing. only thing that brings a Jamaican man to the doctor is one thing. Nothing else but one thing. And for all you young men who stood up, keep standing. You have to stand up for something at some time. Yeah? You know, I was in my office and a gentleman came to, what's your name, my brother? Garth. Garth came to my office. You know, they said medical information is confidential, so we can't call the right name, right? So Garth came to my office. Garth, not that one. Garth, you sound like you have a defender there. Well done, man. Me, me mean that Garth is standing up for righteousness. But Garth came to my office. And Garth came to my office because he had back pain. And I asked, what is wrong with your back? And he told me he was lifting something and it caused his back to hurt him. I looked at his vitals that the nurse did. All was normal. Garth was at a certain age, so we wondered if it was that he was having some musculoskeletal problem or even some prostate problem. Did PSA test? All of these things came back normal. Garth was apparently okay. And I said, Garth, what is happening, man? Garth was sitting on a chair. We were the only ones in the office. And Garth was looking behind him. Garth was looking under the table. Garth was looking around the corner. And Garth was saying, Doc, you know the real reason why I come? The real reason is because the little boy downstairs not working. God said that he was in his house with his significant other. And he attempted to minister to his significant other. And during the time of ministry, he failed. And he said the members of his congregation turned their back to him and told him that if he did not go to the doctor, he would not be allowed in church again. And so God found himself in my office because of his issue. This is the only issue that brings the typical Jamaican man to the medical doctor. Sad thing, eh? So I'm asking, where do we stand today? 2 out of every 3 Jamaican women are overweight or obese. 1 out of every 2 Jamaican men are overweight and obese. As a matter of fact, a lot of the men tend to have a waist circumference above 40. And they believe that it represents, in political terms, prosperity. But I would like to say, Garth, that for every inch, this is a study, Garth, right? For every inch, Garth, that your waist circumference increases above 40, you will lose 5% of your erectile function. All right, God is now standing up for something. 1 in every 3 Jamaicans are hypertensive. Can you believe? And you may not know. 1 in every 3 Jamaicans are pre-diabetic. I haven't gotten to diabetes yet, you know, pre-diabetic. Here's the challenge with pre-diabetes. Pre-diabetes is when your blood sugar is higher than normal, but not high enough to be called a diabetic. there's something that we will expose you to here called the HbA1c, for those of you who don't know it, that can be used to diagnose that. And here what happened, Garth, 75% of all pre-diabetics will become full-blown diabetics. So can you believe that there is the PS, there is you, Garth, and there is Mrs. Riley? One of the three of you is a pre-diabetic. Can you believe that? Who is it, Garth? The PS. And can you believe that 3 out of every 4 pre-diabetic persons will become a diabetic, and 1 in every 5 Jamaicans are full-blown diabetics? Diabetes is the most expensive, the most expansive, and the most destructive chronic illness in Jamaica. Costs a whole heap of money. Yeah? We know that 4 out of every 10 men has erectile dysfunction, but what you did not know is that 6 out of every 10 women have erectile dysfunction. %52 of all women fake orgasm, God. So when you're there, God, and they're going on and going on, and you believe, God, that you have done it, and you have done the job, and you have gotten to the top of the mountain, God, you have done nothing. You're welcome, God. Thought I would bring it to your attention. You thought you were Superman. Can you believe that there are many women who have never achieved an orgasm, many women who have pain during the process, many women who cannot achieve an erection, and many women who cannot be turned on? Those are the 4 components of female erectile dysfunction. But Garth, the women don't say it. They keep it to themselves. They're secretive. They prefer not to tell you, because they know if they do, your ego will be smashed. You're welcome, Garth. To add insult to injury, Garth, because of all of this, infertility is on the rise in Jamaica. The sperm counts of men in Jamaica are dropping significantly. And so on presentation, even though it is still 40-40 in terms of percentage contributing to infertility, and 20% we just don't know what is happening, we realize that if we should count these 3 lovely ladies here, 1, 2, 3, look at how beautiful they are. 1 out of the 3 of them is a jacket. I don't know which one, but they can choose among themselves. Let's give God thanks for the United States Embassy. We know. We know is the man. Let's give God thanks for the United States Embassy who helped us to relieve those figures. We do DNA testing at short time. And you know what is sad? What is sad is that we have had to change the way how we do DNA testing, because we have had some real challenging times. Our figures are worse. I guess persons who come to us, unlike the US Embassy, they have a doubt. So we expect our figures to be higher. Short time figures, Prof, shows that 7 out of every 10 fathers are not the father. That's it. And I agree with you, Doc, because I'm saying what happens with us is that the persons who come would have suspected something. So our figures will be higher as opposed to the US Embassy figures where people are going not because they suspected something, but it's because they wanted a visa. And so it is very difficult for me to break the news many times to the families that you are not the father. I've seen fathers who have reared 4 children, the oldest of whom is 18, getting ready to go off to university. And at that point, he realized when we did a semen analysis on him that he has 0 sperms. And he only suspected he was not the father because the mother's mouth slipped in an argument and said something like this. Well, you know have to do it 'cause probably on a year picnic anyway. And he decided to test all 4. None of them is his. I wonder what Garth would do in such a situation. Can I tell you? Short time, we said worry less, live more as our motto and mission statement because we want you to worry less today. Normally, what we would do is to allow persons to speak to doctors immediately in our doctor show online, and you still can speak to one right now online. But today, you will have free doctor's consultation. You'll be able to speak to me during the break about all your challenges, but God, we can heal the sick, but we cannot. We want you to know where you stand, and so you will be able to see those beautiful short-time nurses and staff at the back. Just stand up quickly so that they can see you. Right? They'll be able to do your blood pressure, blood sugar, whether it is a random, a fasting, a HbA1c, your ECG, your cholesterol, your body mass index, your waist circumference, God, even your blood count, hemoglobin test. Today, right on the spot. Right? 7 tests. And even though short time under normal circumstances, we say if you cannot come to us, we will come to you. And we normally visit your house. Today, we will write free prescriptions. All day. All you have to do is to come to us. But at the end of the day, if you don't need a doctor's visit, and if you don't need a prescription to be written, Garth, then laughter is still the best medicine. Keep smiling. God bless you. They cut my mic, Garth, because, okay, they put it back on now. Garth, I heard you had a question. It's not you? Oh, I thought she said you had a question. Yes, Prof.
Culture that exists here in Jamaica, whereby we have a very strong culture in this regard. It's equitable to some other societies that have this kind of male-dominated, strong-willed Jamaican male. So the solution really has a lot to do with civics, helping young people to understand the importance of health, and also helping them to build their confidence and not making them feel that they're impervious to any form of sickness. And there are situations in, for example, examples in Fiji, in Papua New Guinea, in several other countries that had this problem, and they were able to address it with a change management solution that helped young people and adults understand the importance of seeing a doctor. So I think a part of the advocacy to solve this problem should be around that model. Beyond that too, and out of curiosity, the statistics that you provided with regard to the 7 out of 10 women,
yes,
it's similar to that of Karajan, but going further, and out of curiosity, it also raises the question about the percentage of infidelity among different social groups and gender categories in Jamaica. No, we have the statistics now for women. We don't know about men as yet. I can only go, as a scientist, I can only focus on empirical data. So I'm just focusing on this one.
That's a very good point, Prof. Prof, we did a study in Spanish Town. It was an associative study. It wasn't a level 1 study, eh? But we did the study where we had at STI clinic, where we had the women in one room and we had the men in another room, and we asked them how many of them were unfaithful to their partners. And we defined unfaithfulness by having intercourse with somebody else while you're having with your partner. Having at least one person. And Prof, we asked the men first. And as expected, over 85% of the men admitted. When we asked the women, Garth, what percentage of the women you believe admitted? How much? 12. I'm sorry. Said 100. 0. Yeah. And this is the challenge. We went back and asked the men how many of them think that their female partners are cheating on them. 15% of the men thought that their female partners were cheating, even though 85% of them admitted to cheating. Are you ready to hear how many women admitted this? 65% of the women admitted to have a current partner outside their faithful partner. And so you must understand that 65% is very close to 7 out of 10. Think about it.
Yes. Thank you. I just had to chime in here with the clarity. The narrative around the 7 out of 10, let us underscore, these are the ones who go to get tested. So it is the ones who question the paternity. This is not across the board. It is similar to the Karajan finding that was similar. So if you have 10 babies being born, 6 fathers sure and accept that that's their child, the 4 who question it, out of that 4, you find that 7 out of 10 or 70% are not theirs. But just to underscore, that it is the power of intuition, it is the power of your gut feeling, which we should never lose sight of. And just lastly also, along with laughter being the best medicine, let us not forget the power of play.
The power of what?
Play. Play.
Okay.
Play for healthy
Right.
living.
Right, and I think they understood it earlier. And they understood that there are persons, as Doc says, who wanted to be tested because they had a suspicion.
Yes, pleasant morning to everyone. The name is Mwalimu. I know the statistics point primarily to the effect and not the cause. So what I am curious about is, for example, the statistic that says for every one male that goes to see the doctor, it's 20 or 22 females that go to see the doctor. I am curious as to whether that means that the health defects from whatever the cause is manifest more prevalent in females as opposed to males.
Well, I tell you what, there are many, depending on the conditions, there are many conditions that will affect males more, and there are many conditions that will affect females more, depending on the conditions. And there are several risk factors that leads to which condition affect which more. It's a multifactorial thing. It's something that needs to be looked at, and it is usually disease and condition specific. All right? So that's the last question. Thank you very much, and have a great rest of day.
Thank you so much, Dr. MacDonald. Have you guys all been enjoying the conference so far? What? Have you guys been enjoying the conference so far or not? Thank you. And it's going to continue to get more and more and more exciting. And on that note, I'd like to officially open and welcome you to the trade show floor. Okay, so we have a diverse range of guests from aromatherapy, beauty and skincare, tours and experiences, food, health and fitness. So I want to invite everybody to get up and, take the time to visit the different companies and organizations that are here representing health and wellness and fitness in Jamaica, all right? I also want to invite Jennifer Griffith, Permanent Secretary, Robin Russell, the President of the JHTA, Carolyn McDonald-Riley, Director of the Tourism Linkages Network, Garth Walker, Chairman of Health and Wellness Network, and other dignitaries to jump up with us because we want to explore the trade show together. All right? So let's get up on our feet. The trade show is now officially open. And just a reminder to everybody that you can tune in to it's Wellness in JA, wellnessinja.com. That's our official website where you can find all of the information. And you can also tune in, all right? So we're actually going to be taking you through, if you are tuning in from home, we're going to be taking you through the trade show to show you all the incredible tables and booths that we have here. So let's go on over.
Sure.
Ooh, sorry. Let me just read it. Jamizola Naturals.
Jamizola, Jamaica, and Zola means earth in Africa. So we're looking at the natural healing of Jamaica. Okay, thank you. So we're looking at the use of the botanicals that are found in Jamaica and how they can heal. So with our products, they are about 99% chemical-free, natural. You can feel safe using them. For myself as a cancer warrior, these products, I don't have to worry about them at all. Our flagship product is our natural deodorants. Research shows that black women are more prone to breast cancer, especially with the aluminium trichloride that is used. These are 100% natural. We don't use any chemicals, they're anhydrous products. They go on pretty smooth. Okay. They go on pretty smooth without leaving a residue, so you can feel safe using it with your wipes. You don't have to worry about anything at all with regards to even washing them out. That is our hibiscus. So this is how the deodorant goes on. And by the friction and everything else on your arm, it absolutely disappears. And it smells great. Yes.
Like I could eat it.
Well, I would prefer if you put it on your arm and not eating it. All right? Okay, thank you.
Hi, morning. I'm Joanne from Rachel Lane, and today we have candles and body products. Specifically, we have our holiday line. That's gingerbread, and this is bayberry. Yes, bayberry. Yes. Thank you. And we also have our body products. So we have our scrubs, our minty mocha soap, which has peppermint essential oil and Blue Mountain coffee grounds. Yes, really, so you can also smell that. That is a blend of shea butter, olive, and coconut oil. Yes. It's amazing for the mornings. I'm not a morning person. This is what wakes me up. We are online, so you can order from our website or through Instagram at Rachel Lane JA. And you can have a card. Yes, we deliver. Yes. Yes, we are in the Life Store, KW Bloombox, The Collective right across the road, and in Jamaica Aromatics. Thank you.
Nettie's Farm. Oh. Hi, how you doing? I'm Nettie of Nettie's Farm, brewer of Jamaica's favorite kombucha. Welcome to our booth. We have 6 flavors here. I do seasonals as well. And so our seasonals for the holiday is peach and sorrel. We also have passion fruit, lemongrass, turmeric, and blueberry. Kombucha is a fermented tea. It's flavored with natural fruit and spices. We do use sugar, so it's a flavored tea. Yes, similar to Jamaican roots, but fermented. Very, very low alcohol. We're less than 2%. We have probiotics, live probiotics, so it has to stay cold so that we slow the fermentation process. Sure.
I love the sorrel one. You have the sorrel and the passion fruit are usually my favorites.
I'll try the passion fruit.
I use them. I drink them quite a lot actually.
Really?
The same brand.
The same brand? It's good. I love passion.
Yeah, the passion fruit is good.
Mix it.
And the lemongrass is very refreshing.
So where's this sold?
Sold in a number of supermarkets. We are in Kingston, St. Catherine, Mobay, Ochi.
Which ones?
Lushusan, some progressive stores, High-Low, a few of their branches, DLE Cafe, bakeries in Kingston.
Yes, I love it. No, I use it. I drink it all the time. And if you're feeling a little, like a little bump might be coming on, yep.
Really?
It's very good. Oh, you're good, man. Sure, thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. Cheers.
Sugar, 80 calories, 1 cup.
It's good.
Boy.
I love the lemongrass.
A nice little ticker.
I'll try the lemongrass.
We'll try the lemongrass.
Lemongrass is very refreshing.
No.
Yeah, man, why not? Thank you.
Let me try the lemongrass.
I like this one.
Yeah.
Excellent.
The kombucha, the fermenting process builds the probiotic.
And it's refreshing.
So it's very healthy for your gut health.
Thank you.
Congrats, very nice.
Hi everyone. Welcome to the WellFit Club. We are an online wellness community based on the 7 pillars of wellness. We encompass holistic health. And what that means is we have workout classes for our Move Well pillar in the mornings and the evenings. Go ahead, help yourself. We have Eat Well classes where we teach our members how to meal prep, how to plan for your week and what kind of meals will give you a balanced diet. We do all types of activities that encompass our other pillars, which is live well, feel well, so meditations. Our workout classes also include yoga and Pilates. As I said, everything is online. And yes, we invite you to join us. What I love about the WellFit Club is that it requires minimal equipment. So you have your bands, a skipping rope, and some light weights, however many dumbbells you have at home. And our community is really, really special because it's members from all over the world with one common goal, and that is just a wellness journey. Not any specific weight goal, but a lifelong wellness journey. And so, yes, this is the WellFit Club. Thank you.
Welcome to my table. My name is Monica Somerville. The name of the business is Mo's Aroma. We have been in operation for almost 2 years, December 17th. We are located in 4 different locations. In Kingston, that is Lee's Family Pharmacy, Red Hills and Boulevard Shopping Center, Woolworth and the Boulevard Shopping Center, Livewell Pharmacy, in Mobile, as well as in Portmore. So we have scented candles of all different scents. Our motto is, your secret is ours. So whatever secret you have, we will have a scent located, for you. So we have our 10-ounce candles, which is our luxury candles, actually. And, sometimes when you buy a candle, and you have to run to the kitchen, let me find my matches. So we supply you with your own safety matches when you purchase a candle from us. And the striker is here as well, so you have everything to your convenience. So when you put your candle right beside your bedside table, you have your matches as well. We're also, getting there. So we're also, what should I say? We're developing our brand with our personal care. So we have our moisturizers, we do make body washes and sprays as well, body mist. On our table you might be seeing Ona. Ona is the rebranded name that we're looking for. Ona is very significant to me. It reminds me of my aunt in the country. Yes, Ona. So we have in Apple Charms, Lemon, and we have Love on the Beach. And these are our sample sizes. So we're looking to enter into the hotel industry because I know that they love the sample sizes. of different products. And what you also see as well here at the front, these are car fresheners, can also be used as air fresheners in your bathroom or your closet, yes. All natural, yes. And they're not too sweet, just fresh. So if you have sinus, you won't have to worry about it as well. Mm-hmm. Thanks as well. Thank you.
Oh. Just a reminder that our partners and our sponsors are outside. You can visit their table. We have Stewart's Automotive Group outside. We have Short Time Medical Emergency outside. We have the Development Bank of Jamaica outside. We have Exim Bank of Jamaica. And we also have a silent headphones corner that you can visit. This is all taking place
Good morning,
outside the
everyone.
conference.
I'm Sasheen Kelly, representing the BM Experiences Limited. But we offer our tours. We have 4 different categories of tour. We have the Blue Mountain Highlights, or 2.2 miles hiking up the mountain. We do not go to the peak. Oops, no problem. Yes, the bicycle tour, our primary tour. 9 out of 10 persons would choose the bicycle tour. No, we take you to an elevation of 2,600 feet up and you cycle down. Yes, very interesting tour. 95% of the time it doesn't require pedaling. Includes 2 meals, brunch and lunch, and a swim at the waterfalls. Yes. Our Blue Mountain Waterfall, here we have a display. If you look at this, we have tubing. What do you mean? They're swimming. Look at that. No. So you're not going to get warm water outside. It's very, very interesting. Once you go there. Sure. Say again, please. You want that to be bigger? No problem. we can amend them, no problem. All right, so because these brochures are for the hotel and they don't want us to display the phone number or the website on it, I don't know.
Aren't you marketing it?
The oh, they're small. That's the Printree. Yes, the Printree made it. It's too small.
That's the Printree number. That's not so you don't have anything about your number not on it then? Okay, all right.
Sure. We have a website, because once you go to... Yes. Blue Mountain Tours. Once you go to Google, Blue Mountain Tours, they bring up everything. No. Sure. Go beyond. That's what we actually do. That's our tagline. Sure.
It's a nice flyer. But you don't mean anything.
If you can't see the contact. I was questioning, but my manager says, they want the number. Yeah, I can tell her. Sure. I will. All right, thank you.
So I want you at an angle, either here or there.
Welcome. These are my scented candles. The brand is Wild Orchid Candles and More. So they are in the form of cupcakes in dessert form. And we have some jars here that are customizable. These ones that you see, they are the Christmas collection that we're currently working on. You are free to open. Yes, all of them. So we have scents like cucumber melon. We have a lemongrass in the 4-ounce jars there. And we have strawberry shortcake. Yes, they're all candles, not food. Yes, so I try to make a unique design for them so I can come different. And for so this particular one is fruit infusion. A lot of persons love it. It's a fruity scent. And of course, we have the lemongrass. We have dengue going around. You need something to repel the bugs. Thank you. So they are made of natural materials, soy wax in particular, and fragrances and coloring. And those jars that you see at the front, they're actually handmade. I made all of them, so everything is handmade. All right. I sell these for 1,500. Yeah, reasonable. And yes, and you can reuse the jar as a jewelry box or things like that. These are for 800, the cupcakes. And the heart ones that you see there, those are for 850. It's quite affordable. Yeah.
Are you coming out of Westmoreland?
Yeah. Well, I haven't branched off there yet, but I can reach there. Deliver. Yes, I can deliver through Nutstore and those, yeah. So just give me a call and I'll make the arrangement to get the products to you. They make beautiful Christmas gifts, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. How are you guys? Okay, so my name is Lindsay Templo. I am the Managing Director of Jamaica Aromatics. So we currently have a store in the Montego Bay Airport where we provide a platform for other small business aromatherapy, health and wellness to have access to tourists that they might not otherwise have. Because, you know, we are branching out into Airbnbs, but we still have the majority of tourists going through hotels and villas. And we realized in our 2 years of operation that some of these people could also benefit from having products in the villas and in the hotels. And right now there are maybe 2 suppliers that offer that, but the majority of hotels and villas still carry products from outside the island, while they could be offering a more immersive experience. So our products are locally made, locally sourced ingredients. We use local manufacturers, we support local farmers, and then try to offer that experience to guests as they stay in the hotels and villas. If you have any questions. We also have done product research on what they wanted, so we added a mosquito repellent, dengue guan, an aloe vera to our line. We also have an SPF lip balm that we do not have right now, but we'll have tomorrow, as we had labeling problems. If you have any questions, please feel free to stop by again. Thank you.
They're ready for us downstairs?
Okay, we turned just to give you the opportunity because they went to the bathroom.
Oh, thank you.
One second. Senator, yes? Introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. So my name is Chanel and I am here representing Bodyscape Earth Limited, otherwise known as the Epi skincare line that we now carry. Now this is all locally made, manufactured, distributed. We are a natural-based product line. We have a wide range of different skincare products, from cleansers to serums to moisturizers, soaps. We have our scrubs here for exfoliation, and one of our biggest or our best sellers is our sunscreen. Now, a lot of people do not know, especially people of darker complexion, they do not know that they need sunscreen for several different reasons. So this is definitely one of our best sellers on the market. Now this is, sorry? So we have them all across Jamaica, actually. We sell through Fontana Pharmacies, Genius Pharmacy, several other locally owned pharmacies, as well as we have them in our spas. We have about 2 spa locations functional. Yes, and 2 coming shortly. 1 in Portmore, 1 in Maypen. We have a Kingston location opening hopefully by early January. And then we have what we call now coming a grooming club. Now that is specifically designed for men. But we'll be carrying all the products there. And one of the products I want to highlight for males is our Soothe Skin solution. This is the regular strength and extra strength. Now this is specific for those razor bumps, the ingrown hairs. Ladies can use it as well, but it's known mostly for men that, you know, have that type of issue on the face and the beard, right? I want to talk about this specific product here. This was just launched, very new. It was launched on the 1st of November. It is our kojic acid serum. If anybody knows the benefits of kojic acid, trust me, you don't? No? All right. So kojic acid helps with basically removing impurities generally. So when you see those bumps breaking out here and there, especially for ladies that may sometimes always wear makeup, we do know the effect that the chemicals and all has on the skin itself. So to kind of detox the face or the skin overall, kojic acid is good for that. It's good for the evening of the skin tone. It's good for the overall texture of the skin, right? And that is paired along with the soap, Bright Tone soap, which is also rich with kojic acid as well, and our best of the best vitamin C serum. Paired together is a perfect combination for breakouts and hyperpigmentation. Yes, we manufacture all these products. We have a factory that is located downtown Jamaica. Yes. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yes. And we have more coming. We're looking exemplary into presentation just to represent Jamaica on a whole. We want them to know that, hey, Jamaica is here. Yes, we do have a few of them in some pharmacies, which also, they tie it into the gift portion or makeup, the makeup portion. In hotels, we're attempting to get into some of the hotels to have them sold there. Yes. Oh, sure. Sir, please, if you don't mind, could I also have a card belonging to you? I'd love to speak with you concerning that. We'll talk. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Have a great day, everyone. No problem. Thank you.
Yes, good morning again. How are you all? Right, so my name is Chanel Boyd from Brand Yourself JA, along with Mr. Rohan Boyd. We do customized medical Ice ID and Ice IDs as well. So for persons who they're diabetic, they have allergies, certain conditions, we customize it with the person's name, a number to call for emergency, and their conditions. Okay. And in case there's an accident, we do Ice ID. So accident scene, your phone is gone, your wallet is gone. What do? This is on your person at all times. Persons know who to contact at all times. So it's stainless steel, it's engraved with the medical alert sign. Right. And we also do souvenirs for the tourism aspect, for weddings, staff appreciation, anniversaries, all of that. And it's all stainless steel material. Right. For the male bracelet, 4,500 for the stainless steel. Right. And then for the pendants, chains, 2,500, 3,000. So it's, yeah,
that's the cost engraved.
Right, so we customize it. So persons are familiar with them from other countries being as they are. We customize according to each person's needs. Right, so I'll give you one of our cards. You can follow us on our socials. we're trying to bring persons more aware of it here in Jamaica. It's done right here, customized for each person's needs.
Can you get on this too? Oh, yes. All right, no problem.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Hi, good morning. My name is Omika Beadle, and I am CPJ. These are just a few of our non-GMO organic products that we carry in our store. Also, we have we have organic wines. As you can see here, we have Bonsera, and we have our yellowtail that is known to most Jamaicans.
Organic wine?
Yes. What makes it organic is the process that it goes through. It is very much different from the regular wine. We also have a website, cpjmarket.com, that you can go and order any of these products along with other products that we have in store. Also, we do deliveries and pickups.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. How are you? So we are here representing Teshuva Wellness in Montego Bay. It is a holistic wellness center that treats chronic degenerative diseases, including, as Dr. McDonald was speaking about, the 4 out of 10 men who suffer from erectile dysfunction. They can come to Teshuva Wellness. And the 5 out of 10 females who suffer from erectile dysfunction can also come to Teshuva Wellness to receive treatment for their chronic pelvic issues. We also have general wellness treatments as well, including the IV vitamins that have a wealth of benefits. And we do treat serious illnesses like cancer, arthritis, and other degenerative diseases. So we are happy to be here and happy to contribute to the wellness space in Jamaica. Sure.
This is an infusion, an IV infusion?
It's an IV infusion. I've actually benefited from the Myers cocktail in the past. It has hydration benefits, but also the general vitamins that you need. Most famously, the Myers cocktail is the one that everyone likes to have after a late night. But IV vitamins in our practice are a complementary treatment to some of the other more serious treatments that we have. Effects are immediate because it is IV. Sometimes you can have that vitamin taste in the back of your throat as you're sitting there. It takes anywhere between 15 to 30 minutes for it to be completed, the actual drip. And we also have saline that goes along with it to flush your system as well.
I was going to ask in terms of the safety, because I recognize that it's a regular bag of fluid, of normal saline.
So some of the vitamins are infused and some of the packages come pre-made. I do know that there are some Jamaican producers who are trying to come online and get approved. But of course we have the highest quality vitamins that we use. Dr. Andre Williams used to work within the public health system in Jamaica. He was an up-and-coming oncologist and then went into private care once he realized that there were so many complementary treatments other than just chemotherapy and the like. We do ozone treatment. I am an ozone patient. I have also been a patient for the pelvic health reset that he has pioneered using neural therapy. So there's a lot of availability of help for chronic issues. And as a patient, it's my favorite place to go because I have transformed in wellness since January of this year. And as a representative, it's always
Check.
wonderful to be able to share my own success story, knowing how many people we have helped that have been, at the end of their tether. So. It depends on what type of therapy you are prescribed. Some of the therapies are complementary to each other. However, some of the protocols have to be complete before you can start the next protocol. Dr. Andre and his wife, Nurse Williams, are actually in Florida right now with the Gonzalez protocol family. There's only about 30 to 40 doctors in the world who are practitioners of the Gonzalez protocol, which is a nutritional protocol for the treatment of cancer. So he's always staying at the cutting edge. They're, he administers the protocol, so he's the one that's trained in the protocol and in the dietary requirements of it. Good to see you.
All right, we want to welcome everyone back to our seats. We're going to get into the next segment, our very exciting fireside chat. So let's do the last few minutes exploring the trade floor, and we're going to head back over to the fireside chat. Thank you so much. We are again inviting everyone to head back over to the conference floor. We're going to get into our fireside chat. Again, inviting everyone to head back to our seats so we can get or continue our proceedings. And the great thing is that this trade show is going to be open all day, so you'll have the opportunity to visit all the different booths. All right.
just going to introduce somebody first, and then we'll take it back down. All right, let's be on standby.
All right. We are going to move now into our fireside chat. The title of this fireside chat is Investing in a Whole New Era of Health and Wellness. So I want to introduce our speaker for the fireside chat, Dr. David Walcott. He's a managing partner of NovaMed, and Dr. David Walcott is committed to bringing world-class healthcare to emerging markets as founder of NovaMed, a healthcare investment firm that's focused on healthcare services, medical education, and health innovation, with portfolio companies in Latin America, Caribbean, MENA, and Africa. He is the founding partner of the Visionaries Summit, an opportunity exchange platform convening a community controlling a US $140 billion in equity that has seeded over $300 million US in investments in the Caribbean. He has been recognized by Forbes, World Economic Forum, the United Nations, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and is currently a member of the World Economic Forum Global Future Council and Young Global Leader Communities. His academic profile includes the Rhodes Scholarship, Oxford, Intuit European Demonstration des Affaires, Harvard, and Wharton. We're going to head right into that fireside chat now. Dr. Walcott, yes, you can head up here. Everyone, please help me welcome Dr. Walcott to the stage.
Comfy chair.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you
Camila.
comfortable?
I'm very comfortable.
Investing in a new era of health and wellness. All right, talk to us about your journey with NovaMed, founding it. What was the inspiration behind that, and what has it been like, bringing that company to life?
I mean, that's a 3-hour long story, but so ultimately, I went to high school out here. I went to med school after high school, and a lot of my journey was really cemented from reflections during medical school, to be honest. And again, this is a very frank conversation. I see lots of young people in the crowd, and I know you guys want the truth, so I'll give you the truth. I went into medicine, and I love medicine, but I didn't like the experience of what medical school had to offer, because I felt it to be a little bit monotonous and repetitive, and so I was always looking for something innovative outside of medical school, but within healthcare. So after medical school, decided to whimsically apply for a scholarship. This was a Rhodes Scholarship. Didn't expect to get it, but got it.
Congratulations.
Thank
That's
you,
major.
thank you, thank you. Didn't expect to get it, got it, and so I had to ask myself, well, what next, right? Went to the UK, and when I was in the UK, I think that's where things really started to transform, because I was able to see different perspectives, different shapes and forms of what healthcare looks like in other countries, right? And so my eyes started to open up into realizing that investing in healthcare and healthcare businesses and business practices can look very different from what they look like in Jamaica. And then so I went on this personal journey. I did grad school, MBA, etc., and finally decided to pull the plug on a medical career, which obviously was a big disappointment. You know, for you guys, you know, Caribbean parents, you know, the typical lawyer, doctor, engineer prescription. I decided to oppose that. My parents thought I was crazy. My high school teachers thought I was absolutely crazy. But I started this as a personal journey of just kind of figuring out how do I leverage this knowledge I have from medical school and this business knowledge into making a livelihood. And what that looked like was traveling around the world, learning about healthcare organizations while selling them my time as a consultant. And eventually I started off selling them my personal time, and eventually I started selling the company's time as Novamed. And so I would go to Thailand, which coincidentally has one of the largest medical tourism industries in the world, wellness tourism as well.
You said which country?
Thailand.
Thailand.
Thailand, Malaysia, Brunei, and I would consult with governments and private entities. I have them, of course, pay me in USD because I have to earn a livelihood. But also I'd learn about how, you know, the different forms of healthcare in these different countries. And so ultimately, Novamed started to grow and build as a consulting firm. And over time, we eventually had enough capital to be able to start investing in healthcare. So, you know, our latest investment is the acquisition of the Medical Associates Hospital and the nearby Knutsford Court Hotel. I know the hospital and hotel is the ideal blend for medical tourism, but it's actually not a pure play medical tourism play. But ultimately, that was my journey. It was very serendipitous, evolving from, I suppose, facing the unknown and not really knowing what my profession would look like, into pivoting into this space where we're now a healthcare and real estate investment firm.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Novamed attracts a global audience. You know, how does that impact the services that you offer?
So that's interesting. So because I was so itinerant and just kind of traveling all over, we built somewhat of a global reputation. And I tell you, I had to engage with some of these audiences. I had to actually learn their languages. And so, you know, you're scrambling around in France and Germany, you know, trying to help healthcare organizations while learning their languages at the same time. I think what it does is it has given us additional perspective in terms of understanding these different innovative products that are common in one area and not in another. So let me give you an example. In France, one of the popular, and I'll keep it more so around wellness and healthcare, but from a healthcare standpoint, precision medicine is very common in Germany. In this hemisphere, we haven't even begun to scratch the surface. And in France, there is a form of women wellness called cycle syncing. That's very common, which cycle syncing.
Cycle seeking.
Cycle syncing. So basically, it's one of these modern trends whereby you know, women sync their dietary and exercise habits with their menstrual cycle. I can't go into much detail. I'm not an expert. Cycle syncing. So basically, I'll give you an example. Around the menstruation period, there's a surge of estrogen, and so if you eat, which gives you these, you know, premenstrual symptoms that us men are very aware of. And if you have more fatty foods, it actually exaggerates the symptoms. And so there is a science and a practice around aligning your dietary intake with your menstrual cycle, which is a part of a broader movement of precision / personalized wellness.
Oh.
Yeah.
So would you say that innovation has really charged your way forward? And maybe what are some of the challenges that you have faced in being innovative?
Yeah, I mean, I think innovation is inherently challenging because by definition you're going against the status quo, and I think that's difficult in any context. It obviously has been tough to stand up a company as I mean, you're a young person, you're speaking a language that not very many people understand because you have a perspective shaped by the medical side and the business side. So it's been tough, but I think it's also been very fulfilling just by virtue of, if you like seeing things built and you like seeing things come to life and you feel like you have especially for the students out there, if you have a dream and a vision and it fulfills you to see that vision manifest, there are people who will support you, right? And I think that's the most fulfilling thing for me is, despite the headwinds, kind of having my tribe who support and believe in the crazy ideas that I'll bring to the table. Yeah.
Investing in a whole new era of health and wellness, what does that mean to you?
So it means a few things, and I have two thoughts on it. One, I think we have to recognize the trends that the global audience is responding to. For example, three major trends stand out to me. One is around personalized wellness, right? For example, cycle syncing. The appetite for personalized, customized offerings and a wellness experience that is less oriented around product, i.e. hotel, spa, and more oriented around a curated experience. That's one macro trend. And I think investing in the tailwind of that trend is wise. Two, eco-friendly wellness products. So I think that's also a big area that I think we haven't begun to scratch the surface on. And three, integrating wellness with technology. There are ways that technology can be used to enhance your wellness experience. There are also ways technology can detract from your wellness experience, right? I mean, I know people who are paradoxically monitoring their monitoring their heart rate, their blood pressure, but then they psychologically drive themselves crazy because they're always worried about the numbers. There are ways to leverage wellness technology. And so investing in a new era of wellness kind of speaks to looking at these trends and incorporating them into our wellness offerings. That being said, I think that where Jamaica is right now, we haven't even begun to scratch the surface on our wellness product, right? If we look at the wellness, and again, I'm more of a consumer healthcare expert, let's say, but I do have some exposure to the wellness industry. And if you look at the wellness industry globally, it's $1 to $2 trillion. If you look at the largest wellness hubs in the Caribbean, the largest wellness market is actually Puerto Rico, which basically is the US. And what they have been able to do is, if you look at the fundamentals of that market, they're actually very similar to Jamaica with the exception of a very strong US pipeline. They have similar eco assets. They have these similar, similar resort culture, and they have been able to be, in the top 10 in wellness, in sub-industries in the Caribbean. And I think that is really where Jamaica should aspire to be. When you think of the Caribbean, you don't think Puerto Rico. You think Jamaica, right? We have all these assets that are underutilized, Spa, Milk River, and the list goes on, right? And so I think we should not only be looking to invest in the new trends in wellness, we should be looking at a renewed way of investing in our existing wellness assets.
And what role will Novamed play in that as we are shaping the future of health and wellness tourism? Where do you see Novamed playing in that?
Well, I mean, as an investment entity, I mean, we would be looking towards investing in wellness-related projects. So I'm trying to decide what I can share and what I can't share. But what I will say is that we have invested in a few wellness ventures. All are Caribbean in the context of wellness. One is actually an eco-village and again, I can't share too much, but you can expect to see us investing in some of these, not really wellness resorts, but these sort of, wellness-oriented, holistic eco-village products, and really leveraging our global audience to drive traffic into Jamaica. Because I think investing in wellness at a very high level in the context of Jamaica looks like either finding ways to improve the product we have in Jamaica and thereby sort of pulling a broader audience, one, or two, finding ways to improve our products' exportation to a global market. So what wellness products can we create and export to East Africa, West Africa, right? We also have invested in Africa and the Middle East, and or either investors or consumers are also always very surprised to see that there's this Jamaican entity investing in these places. But the fact is they know Jamaica, and that has material value, right? We have a global brand that is unmatched, and I think we just have to find better ways to create products to be able to leverage that global mindshare. Yeah.
What trends do you predict or foresee that will influence this sector in the coming years?
Yes, I think that, okay, I'll give you an example. This morning in this conference, maybe 10 years ago, this wouldn't be likely. There was a wellness session in this very conference. Nowadays, wellness is a part of our entire lives, right? 10, 20 years ago, having a yoga session in a conference would be unheard of, right? Now it's a part of, I don't know, all of them, right? I don't know when last I've been to a conference where, I haven't been asked to have a yoga session or opt into a yoga session or have some kombucha. It's a part of our overall lives, and I think the providers of wellness services and products and services will be solicited to a greater and greater extent into building their offerings into our everyday living. So the whole idea of lifestyle wellness, workplace wellness, etc., is a massive trend that we're seeing more and more of. And in fact, even with, this is me sharing a bit of what's below the surface. A part of our rationale in acquiring the Knutsford Court Hotel wasn't to run it as a hotel. It's not going to be a hotel. It will be a business center. And a part of the inspiration for that was actually going to Google's campus in Silicon Valley, and seeing how well they have integrated what looks like a business center with this undertone of wellness. So how do you design work spaces, which is where the majority of people spend their sane, sober hours, to facilitate a wellness-oriented experience that is a part of their daily lives. Wellness is no longer something that we do from 5 to 6 p.m. when we go to the gym, or when Camila does her workouts and we follow along. No, wellness is getting our steps in on a daily basis. Wellness is choosing to eat the lettuce burger over the meat burger, right? Well, wellness is it's a part of our lives, and so I think the providers of wellness services that are able to integrate their offerings seamlessly into the corporate workplace and into regular daily living are the ones who will win.
On that note, what advice do you have for directors or organizers or owners of companies, where their employees are concerned? What advice do you have for them in terms of just tapping into this resource?
The truth is, I tell them what they already know, right? Which is, you have to, as a part of nurturing your workforce, which is the most valuable asset any organization has, you have to invest in protecting their, let's call it wellness, whether it's their physical wellness, their mental wellness, their lifestyle wellness, right? And what has been concerning to me out here is there's much less emphasis placed on I would say, health preservation, especially from a corporate standpoint. And this is me putting on my, you know, healthcare operator hat and looking at how insurance companies view wellness. It's very reactive. And the insurance companies, as well as I would say, the corporate decision makers tend to have a reactive approach. Okay, well, how do we prevent people from getting ill so they can contribute to our bottom line? As opposed to how do we keep people not just healthy but happy? Because a healthy and a happy workforce is a more productive workforce. And I think that paradigm has to shift. And I think that it can only benefit your organization by getting ahead of that, that curve. And there are interesting ways, and the big question is, okay, well, to provide preventative healthcare services to our workforce, I mean, that takes money. That's going to erode our bottom line. It's going to erode your bottom line in the short term, but it's going to grow your top line in the long term, right? And so I think it's important for organizations to have a balanced approach into creating these curated environments that facilitate a productive work experience. And we're starting to see it more so now with younger companies. We support lots of startups. In fact, we just launched a healthcare accelerator a few weeks ago, and we have 6 startups that are building these healthcare companies. And we're starting to see where they're starting to build in the kind of fundamental culture initiatives that would facilitate a wellness experience, right? Yeah.
Okay, and what about advice for anyone interested in entering this sector? So health and wellness tourism on a whole. Do you have any advice for an individual, maybe somebody thinking about starting a business?
Just do it, like Nike. Just do it. I mean, you can read and you can learn as much as you want. I'm a big fan of, of gaining knowledge first. So if you're going to jump into something, at least learn about it. Don't go in blindly. And that involves talking to people. It involves, talking to me, talking to Camila, talking to whoever it is that can either give you information or can challenge your preconceived ideas. 1. And 2, literally identify market opportunities. We have the benefit of the internet. We have the super internet, which is ChatGPT, right? There are ways to identify opportunities, and once you identify a market need, you just work to build a product that fills that need. We have, again, I'll give you an example of a product that came on my desk related to wellness, to tourism rather. There's a company that came to us for investment, and they are sort of serving as a concierge in bringing the different tourism providers and healthcare providers together, right? And it's not a terribly difficult, business to build, but it takes dedication because those things take time. Right, and one of the reasons why I was impressed with this guy is because he's ahead of the curve. Increasingly, hotels and other tourism stakeholders are going to have to find ways to build wellness offerings into their experiences, right? So you're not just going to sun, sea, and sand. Neither is it sun, sea, sand, and surgery. It's a curated sun, sea, and sand experience whereby you leave either with a better understanding of your state of wellness or with an improved state of wellness, right? And so I think that there's a real market need for someone to step in and be that stakeholder for the tourism industry. See, I just gave you guys an idea, right?
There we go. Do we have time for any questions from the audience? Yes? Okay, perfect. Do we have any questions? All right, can we get a mic going? We have one burning question here. And then anyone else, you can just put your hand up. We'll come over to you. All right, if you can introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, and then go on and give us your question.
Yes, greetings again. The name is Mwalimu. I'm coming in from Ocherius. The
Welcome,
question
welcome.
that I have, you briefly touched on your Health and Wellness Accelerator program. We'd like to hear a little bit more.
I'll tell you a bit more. So, this was born out of seeing many companies come to us for support, whether it be investment or mentorship, etc. Liking the founders, liking the ideas, but realizing that there was a mismatch between the strength of the ideas and the founder and their ability to execute, right? I think in Jamaica, generally speaking, not just Jamaica, in the Caribbean, in emerging markets broadly, we tend to skim over the principles and practices of building a business. And so we see something like engineering and law and medicine as technical disciplines that require study, and we see business as something that you can just, kind of just do, right? In some cases it works like that, in some cases it doesn't. But when you're building a startup, first of all, over 90% of startups fail, and so it's important to be able to manage the process of building something from nothing in a way that is most likely to lead to success. So basically, we saw lots of companies that came to us, and we couldn't invest in them despite wanting to, because we just didn't have the level of comfort with the likely outcome of that investment. So we said, okay, well, the best thing for us to do is to build basically a startup school focused on health and wellness. And we got a few stakeholders on board. We got the DBJ, who is just right outside there. We got the IDB on board, and they both I won't tell you how much, but it's a multi-million-dollar project in building this ecosystem around the Caribbean. We got Harvard Business School to support. We got a company called Rock Health, which is the largest health tech venture capital firm in the US. And we're actually running our program right now, our first program. It's going to be run every year. And the outcome of that is that we expect that the startups that go through that program will be more investable. And so, we're looking at building that ecosystem in the region.
Have any success stories from that just yet, or is it just starting out?
So we're just starting it out formally, in the sense that this is our first formal cohort. But we do have, what we've been doing, again, this is a part of the same ecosystem issue. It's been hard for us to find companies we'd like to invest in at an early stage in the Caribbean, but we found some in East Africa, for example. So we invested in a company in East Africa called Tibu, I think maybe 2 years ago. And we invested at the seed stage, which is the sort of second stage of funding after friends and family investment. They just raised a Series A round, which is the next round of investment. They were featured in Times Square maybe a month ago. So I think that is probably the most interesting story that we have so far. And we were a big part of, we co-invested with Toyota, who ended up coming into that investment. So, the truth is, a good company is a good company anywhere, right? And there's no reason for that company to achieve more success than a company out here, right? Once you have the right product that is justified by the market and your ability to execute, there's no reason why we should have these barriers. So we're trying to reduce the barriers to the formation of successful companies in healthcare and wellness.
Wow. Yeah. Any questions? One over here. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Dwayne Williams, and I have a question for you, right? Because there are a couple projects that I have, right? And I'm trying to put together the different parts, right? But one of my biggest challenge is finding relative data, right? To help me make decisions about whether I invest in certain areas or not, right? How do you deal with that kind of thing? Do you normally ensure that you have the industry data, or you look at the data, or you have a different approach? before you make your commitments?
This is in terms of investments?
Yes, in terms of the investments.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you try to convert a science into an art. I mean, the truth is, I mean, how I see it is maybe this is the medical professional in me. But in medicine, when we're making assessments, you have what you call the subjective assessment, and then you have the objective assessment. And then you make an overall assessment and you make a plan, right? For me, the subjective assessment is looking at the founder, understanding their competencies and their ability to execute. Founder and team, because it really is a team effort. Looking at the product and understanding not just how well that product functions, but how well it is insulated against competition. Looking at the market and I mean, we could speak for several days on that. But you're making a subjective assessment. And then there's the objective, there's the hard data. Okay, what does their financial model look like? When you take their financial model from them and you identify the exaggeration, there's always exaggeration. What does your financial model look like? Right? And I think you just kind of have to triangulate both of those things. From my experience, I think the best investors lean a bit more on the subjective, paradoxically. You'd expect them to lean on data, but if data was, like data-driven decisions don't build unicorns. Somebody decided to take a chance on, I don't know, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, before data justified that decision. And from my experience with, interacting with some of these investors at a very high level, some of them just have a nose. They just have a nose for it. They have an intuitive sense of what is likely to work. And if it's not going to work, they have a sense of how to make it work. Now, intuition isn't something you can study. I certainly can't claim to have the, airtight intuition. But what I do know is that the more focused I am on honing my craft, is the better my intuition will get. And so I think for you, the best thing you can do is just to kind of have conversations with people who have experience and have that intuition and have that nose. So some of their nosiness can rub off, right? And you can eventually develop that expertise for yourself.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, Dr. Walcott, do you have any more words for us? Any parting words, I should say, departing words?
Well, I just hope everybody here is practicing what Camila is preaching. I won't be the bearer of bad news and remind you that I'm not going to say 7 out of 10 people here are likely to die. I'm not going to say that. What I will say is, as Andre had said, those statistics are true. And we, like any population of humans around the world, have high risk of disease and whatnot. However, we're all in this room and we're all listening to this talk because we have the ability to do something about it. So I'm going to put a positive spin on that and say, look, let's try to be one of those 3 people who is sufficiently attentive to our wellness, that we preserve it and we steward it. And this is through our everyday decisions, 1. And 2, you never know what sort of dreams your neighbor has inside. And I think the best thing you can do is to find ways of supporting and collaborating, because at the end of the day, we're a small country, we're a small ecosystem, and it takes a critical mass to really build the sort of blue ocean we're trying to build in this industry. So, again, this is a team effort, and it does take a village to raise a child.
Everyone, please help me give it up for Dr. David Walcott.
Yeah.
Managing partner of NovaMed, founder of NovaMed.
Thank you. Thank you, Camila.
So much. We're going to take a break for lunch for 1 hour. But when we come back, more exciting and very, very important conversations and panelists and discussions. So let's go fill our bellies and then come right back. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. It's day one of the Jamaica Health and Wellness Tourism Conference. It's been an incredible day so far, just to give you a recap. And also, I want to welcome all the viewers who are tuning in online. Thank you for being here. Maybe not in the physical, but we're feeling your presence. It's been a really impactful morning, so many important discussions. We heard our keynote message from the Honorable Minister Edmund Bartlett. We also had a very insightful and entertaining presentation from Dr. Andre MacDonald in Cutting Edge Statistics in Health and Wellness. We also had an incredible fireside chat, a very inspiring chat, may I add, with Dr. David Walcott, Managing Partner of NovaMed. And now we are moving into our afternoon sessions, all right? And we do have an amazing lineup of various different panel discussions and speakers, so please keep it locked. So I'm going to introduce our first panel discussion, at least the moderator. This panel discussion is called Standardization and Certification in the Wellness Tourism Value Chain. All right, we have Dr. Aisha Bailey. She is the Principal Consultant of MLR Technology and Innovation. Dr. Aisha Bailey is the founder and principal of MLR Technology and Innovation. Her specific focus is on product and service development and capacity building in life sciences and health and wellness. Dr. Bailey's work focuses on the application of biotechnological and agro-processing methods in the development of novel products, so food, pharmaceuticals, and cosmeceuticals, using medicinal plants and local agricultural inputs. Her experience includes consultancy and training of more than 200 businesses. Dr. Bailey has also developed scores of novel product formations and supported the development of new businesses. Dr. Bailey continues to serve the public and non-governmental sectors in establishing and promoting policies and programs that support research and development as drivers of national development. She is a member of the National Nutraceuticals Industry Steering Committee and has worked with stakeholder groups in the development of Jamaica's legislative agenda. She also serves the academic community as adjunct lecturer at the University of the West Indies Faculty of Science and Technology at the undergrad and graduate levels. She also works with local public schools in enhancing the capacity in STEM subjects. So please help me welcome Dr. Bailey to the stage for our first panel.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. The hardest session at any conference is the one after lunch. And one of the hardest things to talk about when it comes to businesses is how do you adhere to regulations and standards. And that's what we're actually going to discuss today. So thank you so much for the introduction. And the truth is, we as a tourism sector, as we try to diversify into health and wellness tourism, the average tourist or visitor who will come here for health and wellness services does not have the expectation that any product or service that they access will work against wellness. They have an expectation that persons that deliver these products and services know exactly what they're doing and are delivering products and services that are safe. And today we're actually going to discuss that. How can the health and wellness tourism sector deliver products that are safe and that are certified and that are well established to compete in the international market space? So I will take my seat and I will quickly introduce our amazing panelists to discuss this particular area of standardization and certification in the health and wellness value chain. So we have four very amazing panelists. First, we have a lady that I would have met, must have been, I don't know, might have been 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and I think it was my first slap in the face when it comes to standards. This is Julia Bonner-Dewey from the Bureau of Standards, Jamaica. She has about 20 years experience managing the development of standards for this country. And what that means is that products and services coming out of this country, if they adhere to those standards, can compete with any product and service across the world. It is a major, major task that she has at hand. With her 25 plus years experience, she has contributed significantly to the development and growth of small businesses across different sectors, and of course the health and wellness tourism sector. Like me, she's a scientist. Her first degree is in physics and chemistry, but unlike me, she went on to be properly certified in business. So she also has a master's in business administration. With her wealth of experience, she has also been selected by the International Standards Organization in 2022 to chair the Developing Countries Council under the ISO, and that's a phenomenal success for our country. And with that, I'm going to welcome Mrs. Bonner-Dewey to join us on stage. Welcome her, thank you. All right, so thank you, Julia. So the next individual I also probably would have met 7 years ago. And I think she had one of the hardest tasks. When you work among a team of scientists, PhDs in biotechnology, microbiology, chemistry, and so on, and you need to talk about marketing and communications, it is almost where oil and water come together. It doesn't mix. But somehow, she has this amazing ability to articulate information that oftentimes is heavily technical, very difficult to assimilate. And she's able to communicate the importance of science and technology in our development as the Marketing and Communications Director at the Scientific Research Council. She too has 20 plus years of experience in developing unique and innovative integrative business and marketing solutions and approaches. How do we strategize the research and design elements across sectors? She's also very experienced as a coach and as a trainer, and she has also made a significant contribution to the Scientific Research Council and all the beneficiaries of their services. So I'd like to now introduce Caroline Rose Miller from the Scientific Research Council, Divisional Manager for Marketing and Corporate Communications. Let's welcome her. Okay, there we go. You're welcome. All right. So this person I just met, and I think it's an interesting representative for the panel. The tourism sector is so diverse in our country, right? There are so many potential products and services, business models and approaches. It's such a very complex structure that I think he would represent the ideal person to speak on behalf of business operators within the sector. He has a wealth of experience in different types of businesses, from his experience currently at the Deja Resort, which is located right here in Montego Bay, to being the chairman of the Montego Bay Metrobus Company, general manager at Pier 1, owner of Robbins Prime Steakhouse, security manager at Sumfest. I mean, he has touched almost all different subcategories within the tourism market. And he now currently serves as chairman for the Jamaica Hotel and Tourism Association. So I welcome Mr. Russell to join us on stage. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, and then last but not least, we will now have a representative from the Tourism Product Development Company Limited. A big part of our tourism product is the actual people that are delivering these products and services. And this really would not be possible without the initiatives by the TP DECO. Diane Keating-Campbell is the Director of Product Quality and Training at the TP DECO. She is a 27-year veteran, even though it may be hard to tell just looking at her. And she has high expertise in tourism, having a Master's of Science in International Tourism out of the Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, Spain. I attempted, okay. And she also has a postgraduate diploma in translating and a Bachelor's of Arts from the University of the West Indies. She's a certified team trainer and is also responsible, if you know much about the map and directory of the Jamaica's heritage, that was spearheaded by her. The initial establishment in 1997 and the revision in 2019. She is also an adjudicator for the Tourism Services Excellence Awards. So we'd like to now welcome Mrs. Keating-Campbell to our panel. You are welcome. All right, so to get things started, I think it would be very useful to set the context. Standards and certification. I see lots of students in the audience. That's a prime example of what it means to become certified. You have to go through a series of studies, a series of exams, and you have to match some standards set by some educational organization to say at the end of your 5 years or your 7 years in school or your 3-year program, you meet the requirements to be able to offer these services or products. It's the same thing in business, right? There are certain basic standards that tourism, health and wellness tourism providers must be able to deliver. But I think to set the context, we need to get to the basics. And Mrs. Bonadue will give us those basics. What exactly does standardization and certification mean? And then she will talk a little bit more specifically about the role of the Bureau of Standards in the development and implementation of such standards.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Bleeley. Good afternoon, members in the audience. I'd like to thank TP-TEF for inviting the Bureau of Standards to this particular conference. So, put in context, the Bureau of Standards was founded in 1969. Our mandate is to, and I'll just go straight to it on this slide, to facilitate trade and provide consumer protection. Now, it's taken a while. This is important because standards are in place to ensure that a country like Jamaica, an emerging economy, is able to participate in the global space. Now, what is a standard? Now, a standard is a set of requirements, and if this slide will tell you that. It's a set of requirements, let's go back a little bit, that determines the acceptable way of doing things. In fact, in the ISO parlance, a standard is a document established by consensus and approved by a body that provides common and repeated rules and guidelines and characteristics for the activities or the results aimed at achieving an optimum degree of a given context. So basically, a standard is a set way of doing things. So if you put it loosely, a standard, for example, in our food sector, could be a recipe. It's the way you do the big job to get a specific taste in your food. So a standard is a set way of doing things. When you extrapolate that into the tourist sector, into any product that you want to make, any service you're providing, and any facility, like the conference center here, you are delivering a service. So a standard is a set way of doing the same thing so that you achieve the result you want to achieve. That is a standard. So there are standards for industry, like in wellness and health and education, but there are standards that are national standards, which means that they incorporate all the stakeholders that would make it a national standard, meaning that everybody who is impacted needs to be in that discussion. Then you have regional and international standards. It's important for the storage industry and the health and wellness industry that we develop standards to make our work more efficient. Because you imagine making a cake or making a particular good recipe and you change it every time and you say, boy, you know, it tasted good the first time, but this time it doesn't taste so good. So the standard is a way to ensure repeatability, continuity, and effectiveness, efficiency. You don't waste resources. So that's a standard. So you have industry standards, you have your own personal standards, how you dress. Your size shoe is a standard. So a standard is some way of doing things the same way. So it's a very simple thing. But it's important because if in Jamaica we don't have standards for industry, also if we don't have international standards to compare against, when our tourists come here, they don't know if they can trust us. Right? It's a trade, it's a business. So when they leave wherever they're coming from and they're coming to Jamaica, they want to know if we have standards. However, if you have the standards, who says what you're saying is what you say is right? That's where certification comes in. Certification is a way of assessing what you say you're doing to say, yes, somebody who is not in your business, who is objective, a third party comes and say, yeah, they're doing what they said they're doing. They're actually right. So certification is given by an objective third party who is not a part of your process, and in international discussion, that person is certified and accredited to do that. So those are standards and certification. I hope that makes it clear. So as the Bureau of Standards, our role is to grow an industry. So our role is to make Jamaica do better business through standards and certification. And therefore, we have what we call a standards-led, market-driven industry. So for an industry to grow, you have standards that would guide the products that you're making, like soaps and cosmetics and the service from the conference center. But you also have process standards, like how you grow, good organic standards, good agricultural practices. We have process standards. We have a new standards called for telemedicine, which says that if a doctor is delivering to you medical care long distance, there's a way to do it. But within that context, we have standards for the persons who is doing it. So if a doctor decides to deliver telemedicine, he has to be credible, right? So at the Bureau of Standards, we refer to the entity that makes him credible. We don't determine the credibility. But we ask them for a standard and a certification or accreditation to make it credible. So certification is to assess the process. Accreditation looks at competence. Do you have the knowledge and the skills to say you are a professional in the area? So there are three things that a standards-led, market-driven industry does. You have to have the standards first. Then you have someone that have to assess you, certify you to that. And the person who's delivering that product or service, the service especially, has to be accredited. So a teacher is accredited, a nurse is accredited. So if we have a person delivering a spa, massage, they have to be accredited. Because the person who's coming internationally will say, so this person will give me a spa. So the person, what they're doing? Have they been, anybody assess them? Do they have the right knowledge? And do they know how they'll hurt me if I have diabetes or if I have a mental problem, will they give me the wrong thing? So therefore, that's where you get accreditation from. So the Bureau of Standards create the standards and help with certification and accreditation in the quality infrastructure, we call it, to ensure that the health and wellness industry can survive. So when you have a new product, and I'll say one of them because it's so new, psilocybin mushroom, and I think you'll hear much about it later. And we have things like cannabis and other products which are coming up that are being used. To be careful, we help develop standards and support wherever we can the industry by explaining the concepts so that it can be better utilized to drive a market industry. So I hope that helps.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Julia. I think that was very, very Very useful. There are several points you raised that I will, during the end of the panel discussion, that I'll pin on. But let's move quickly to the Scientific Research Council and to focus more on the product side. The Scientific Research Council has served so many entities across the sector. So talk to us a little bit more, Caroline, on the role of the SRC in supporting standardization and certification in the wellness tourism sector.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. The Scientific Research Council is a government organization, and we are charged with the... I'm getting an echo. Turn it down. Sorry. So we are charged with the responsibility to conduct research and to apply the research results to industry. So we may conduct the research ourselves, or we adapt the technology to suit our environment. And in so doing, as it relates specifically to standardization, we conduct product development and standardization services. For your product to be commercially available, it must be standardized. And when I say standardized, it should be consistent. It should be consistent in quality, and it should be consistent in taste. So when you consider the look of the product, the taste of the product, if you're doing a food product, if it is a personal care product, it should do what it purports to do each time you use it. So it is very important that all the parameters and critical control points are established. So each time you manufacture, there is an established process to follow. That process also ensures consumer safety. So we focus on product quality and safety. So we move forward now to the development of the product, formulating, testing, prototyping, to now doing your analytical test. How do you know that your ginger capsule will cure a tummy ache, as is traditionally practiced? It is through testing. So we have an analytical services department that we conduct those required tests based on the standards set by the Bureau of Standards, Jamaica. So, simply put, we are the facilitators to ensure the regulatory conformance to the standards, to ensure that whatever you put to market can stand the test of time, that it is, I say, conforming to standard, and also that it is safe. So when you talk about product development, we are talking about quality. Quality that also protects the reputation of your product and your brand, to prevent the police, like the Bureau of Standards, from pulling your product from the market because they are not conforming. And then we move to training, so we can develop a product for you to say in personal care, be it a body wash, a shampoo, a bar soap. Then we will train you how to do it and also conduct the necessary tests to ensure that the standards are met and to establish the prototype for you to get a consistent product. In so doing, we also guide you in your raw material selection, because also with your raw material specification, it will inform consistency of the product. So the raw material specification is important, what you start with and whatever you formulate with. So take, for instance, you formulate your product with ginger powder. You need to ensure you're using ginger powder with a certain profile each time you're manufacturing vis-a-vis if you put maybe ginger cloudy in the product, you will end up with a non-conforming product. And as such, it is important that you have a process, and that process is followed to ensure a consistent, safe product.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Caroline. Very, very interesting. And the fact that we have so many product-based businesses here on the trade show floor, I think, means that this could be a very interesting discussion for the rest of the panel. Let's talk a little bit more about on the operation side, Robin. You've seen under the hood of so many. And now as chairman of the JHTA, you now have to promote or advocate for standards and certification among the constituents. Talk to me about your perspective from the operation side. Business operators, what are the main considerations for standards and certification?
Check. Hello, microphone. Anybody hearing me? Okay. Thank you. Welcome everyone from lunch. Anybody falling asleep? Kids, you can put up your hand. Yeah, man. I know, man. So what we have realized is business has changed. With information, persons are more concerned with creating those standards. So I'll use a perfect example of any restaurant you're going to know. The first thing somebody will ask you is, do you have any food allergies? People are so much more conscious of that now, and we have to take that into consideration because it's not just about producing a product, but producing a safe product or making sure that the person who's using the product knows what's in it and takes that risk themselves. We recognize also that, and we're talking money. Mm-hmm. You look at the properties or the businesses that have done well. There's a reason why you go to KFC a lot. Mm. There's a reason why Burger King has done so well. There's a reason why you use Colgate toothpaste or Ivory soap. Because you know that when you take it up and use it, it's consistently going to be the same thing. When you have hotels now that are looking at providing that same product, and especially across countries or across regions, they have to produce that same product or that similar product wherever they are. Yes. They have to follow those same standards. So it was hard. You know, when you talk about ISO certified and everybody wants to get, why do you want to get certified? More tour operators are also asking you to be certified because they demand that excellence now. They demand that your railings are a certain height. They demand that your food is labeled a certain way. They're coming into your kitchen and making sure that your certificates are up to par. So we're almost being pushed by the market to do better. We realize that those properties or those businesses that do better business. Mm-hmm. You know, it's funny that you walk and 5 years ago or 10 years ago, you would see some of these products and they wouldn't be labeled. They'd be rolled up in a cellophane package. And maybe a hotel would buy it, maybe it wouldn't. But you walk and you look at this fair now and everybody's properly labeled. Everybody has ingredients. Everybody has labels that excite you. When you look at it, it draws you to it. That's all standardization. That's all things that will help you as a business owner do much better.
Yeah, excellent. I like your comparison to, you know, the KFCs and the Burger King. Yes, we can predict the quality and that's why we keep going. And there's an expectation that across the health and wellness tourism sector, we should expect the same. Let's quickly shift on the 27 years you have seen this industry diversify and evolve. Talk to me about TPDCO's role in the management of quality in the face of these new ideas and innovations and approaches and services that has emerged in the sector?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Bailey, and good afternoon, everyone. So for those of you who do not know, the Tourism Product Development Company Limited, in short TPDCO, is the product development arm of the Ministry of Tourism. We are a sister agency of the Jamaica Tourist Board and the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Jamaica Vacations, and Devon House, Bath, and Milk River. So the 27 years that I've been privileged to work at TPDCO, I've worked in the department now called Product Quality and Training, but it started off as being called the Standards Department. Because what we are the boots on the ground. The boots on the ground that go in to do what we call quality assurance assessments. So we have always done that since inception. TPDCO came about in 1996. And what has happened is that we have over time been privileged to work with helping the industry to adhere to standards. So therefore, when we go in and we don't call them inspections, we call them product quality assessments. We go in, we look for, based on standard, industry, international and national standards, we will go in and we will look for, to see that the various tourism enterprises are adhering or not to standards. If they are not, then we assist them, because that is what our role is. We are here to facilitate the growth and development of Jamaica's tourism product, and standards play a very big role in ensuring that Jamaica's tourism product is not only safe and secure, but it is top-notch, it is world-class, it is competitive. You may have heard our Honourable Minister speak about destination assurance. If we are indeed going to assure that Jamaica is destination assured, that when you come to Jamaica, your experience is safe, secure, and seamless, then if standards are not in place, and if we don't do our jobs as agents of the Ministry of Tourism, when we go out to do our assessments to help handhold all tourism enterprises to adhere to national and international standards, then we're not doing our jobs. And the reason why Jamaica is so competitive, the reason why brand Jamaica is real, the reason why so many people want to come here, despite crime, despite travel advisories, is because we have a good product based on high standards. So over the years, you asked me in terms of the evolution. Over the years, what we have found is that the sector is more embracing year after year of standards. It is not always easy to adhere to standards. There's a cost, but I see it as, and we see it at TPDCO, as an investment. If, for example, a simple example, we heard examples about food and so forth, and products. We have a lot of products here. What if, for example, our visitors came here, they went into a taxi that the driver was not pleasant and welcoming, the accommodation was not comfortable, the air conditioner not working, the food didn't taste good, they go out shopping and the lovely products that they see in the stores, the craft markets, they found deficiencies in them. The packaging, Mr. Russell mentioned about the lacking labels and so forth. If these things are not in place, then they weaken our product offer. TPDCO has been instrumental in working along with partners, in working along with the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, the SRC, with the Bureau of Standards. Certainly we have done a lot of work with all three bodies and others, to ensure that over the years we help the tourism sector become more accepting by really understanding the importance of standards, and that standards are here to help them do better. Once they go over the speed bumps of the cost of implementing standards, I agree, it can be costly. But once you reach, you attain the standards, the certifications, and so forth, you are not only assuring that the product that you're offering is of a high quality, it will be demanded, and you'll get less complaints or no complaints. And also, Mrs. Bonadue from the Bureau of Standards mentioned accreditation and certification. Our travelers today are very informed, so they recognize certain certifications and accreditations that are international, and they tend to gravitate, therefore, to accommodations and attractions, etc., that adhere to certain national and international standards. So yes. I'm happy to say that TPDCO has been part and parcel in partnership with all these three bodies represented here and the others to ensure that our destination assurance is of the highest standard. And that is why Jamaica is competitive on the world market today. So we just need to continue on the same path. Practice is not perfect. Practice makes improvement. We have not arrived, but we're on a good path.
Excellent, excellent. I wanted to zone in on something you mentioned a few times, even in closing, where you said Jamaica is a leader in the global space.
Indeed.
And as we move towards wellness tourism as an additional set of services, we will continue on that path. But is there a conflict or an incongruence between standards and authenticity? One of the things that makes the Jamaican tourism product very unique is that it's almost off the beaten path. It is unique. It is against the grain. And now when you come with standards and certification and aligned to the international standards and best practices, there is almost a concern that now we're going to eventually look like everybody else. Is that a justified position? Is that how do you address that particular concern?
No, I believe that that's an unfortunate perspective, because everything had a beginning, everything had a genesis, and everything that we have now once was new and fresh, and therefore over time we partnered with communities, for example, and then we developed standards. So therefore, if there is something that you deem to be authentically, uniquely Jamaican, and we wanted to market it, and that's why people come here.
Yes.
Once we partner with the people who know, let us say, for example, this is just hypothetical. Let us say we discovered that the Maroons in a compound were using a certain product that they've used for hundreds of years.
Yes.
And it's why is it those Maroon women, their hair just looks always so nice and silky and stuff, and you find that there's some natural products that they've been using all along,
right,
that they didn't stop to think that, why we could market this. Somebody comes along and says, I want to package this, you know. In order to help with international marketing standards, we say, let us have a conversation. You are the ones who know what this can do. We don't. But we do know what general criteria are out there in order to put things on the international market. Once we sit down together in partnership, then we can work out under the guidance of the SRC and the Bureau of Standards a series of uniquely Jamaican standards that would ensure that once we package that hair product, it is safe, it is clean, it is healthy, it won't give you rashes or so all the necessary research and so has to be done, but we can't do it alone. It's a partnership.
Absolutely.
So we can maintain the uniqueness of brand Jamaica, of the uniquely Jamaican things that we have, whether it's product or service, and formulate standards together as a community, as one people, to put forward standards that will make sure that whatever we put out there maintains its uniqueness, its authenticity,
yes,
but at the same time has a high quality.
Yeah, the best of both worlds. I think that's great. You mentioned safety and quality. and the importance of partners, collaborators, such as the SRC and the Bureau of Standards in ensuring products are safe. Caroline, if, you know, when I was in high school, if sitting down in a chemistry class, somebody said, you're going to work in the tourism sector, I would have said, you are crazy. I'm going to work in a hospital, because that's what scientists do. But here I am, lo and behold. And I think there is, again, this almost conflict. You know, I'm a business operator. I'm serving the tourism market. How does science fall into all of this? How do you encourage those who are in the tourism, the wellness space, serving the tourism market, to engage services from the Scientific Research Council as well as the Bureau of Standards to ensure, just as Diane said, their products are of high quality and safe?
So we spoke about authenticity, and it goes back to quality and the consumer safety. Science is really in everything we do, and as such, it intersects. When you talk about our being authentic, you're thinking about our biodiversity, our unique herbs and spices. Now it is the application of science that enables you to pull those profiles and flavors together to create that culinary experience that tourists love for Jamaica. So once again, it is science. It is your recipe, how much of what I use in that, and you move away from the traditional, a little dash of this, and a little dash of that, to a pound of this, and a pound of that, because we want to guarantee consistency and safety. So whatever attracts you to this hotel, this restaurant, it is a wow experience, it is a memorable experience. And I invited my friends. And then you're disappointed because it tastes so different.
Yes.
And as such, it is important to standardize and to apply scientific principles to what you do to ensure consistency. When you talk about safety, you're talking about how well you protect your visitors, your customers. So you need to do your recreational water testing to ensure it is free from any contaminant that can cause a skin rash. So science is really in everything we do, and we cannot isolate the science from the arts and the other aspects of life.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes. Robin, let's switch a little bit to advocacy, because ultimately business operators are most interested in that bottom line. And I heard both you and Diane mention this word about it's an investment. Do you find that it is difficult within the association, members of the association, to encourage them to prioritize this cost center of standardization and certification? Are they resistant or reluctant to spending and investing in going through the different processes with the different agencies to ensure that they're standardized, the products and services are standardized? And if there are challenges, how exactly are you managing that in your capacity as chairman?
Thank you for that question. So, again, a lot of this is market-driven. So I would use the environment, for example. You're now seeing that persons coming to vacation are looking for resorts or villas or wherever they're going that have green badges, that are recycling, that are doing stuff to create a better place for the world. That's a standard. How do you dispose of your waste? How do you operate? And I'll go back to your question about being authentic, but still creating standards which will enhance your product. I was just having a conversation with a young lady down there, and we were talking about ganja. Yes, you. we know what we bushweed, and you go to ganja and you don't know what you're smoking and you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You also used to go to Negril and you used to get this mushroom tea, and you drink it and you don't know if you're going up, down, sideways. You're just gone.
You're just gone.
But now you can go into a weed dispensary and you can tell them you want to sleep, you can tell them you want to get high, you can tell them you just want to eat. And they'll give you something because they've now created standards in their product. You now have persons coming to Jamaica that are microdosing on mushrooms, and it is healing depression. Now, back then, mushroom tea never healed depression. It should just make you high. So industries are created when you're able to standardize, but you're still creating an authentic or even a more authentic product.
Yes,
because
yes.
it's Jamaica.
Absolutely.
Same thing with a hotel or a villa. When you're creating a standard that you know, you go to a Jamaican villa and the pools are clean and the sheets are clean and everything is wonderful, then it encourages people to come back and people go back to those locations. So yes, it's expensive. It really is. It's expensive to try to get certified. It's expensive to know that your food stays on the line for 3 hours and then you have to take it off and dump it. But it is the cost of doing business.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like paying tax. You just have to step up to the plate now and create that experience which is standardized.
Yeah, that's great. And I hope those of you who are in the space of offering products and services here, that it is worth the investment to look at that. I'm going to ask you another question, maybe pin you a little bit slightly against the rest of the panel here. Do you find that information with regards to how you get standardized and certified among the ecosystem, I'll use that word just so I'm politically correct, do you find that your stakeholders can find information readily on how they can get standardized their products, services, people, places? Is that information readily available to business operators?
No. So, yes, we're creating standards. And even in creating standards, we need to create standards. So you will have a hotel that will need 147 different licenses to operate. I think we need to streamline that process and standardize it in a way that says, so I'll give you a perfect example. I will pass my fire test today, but my spirit license is 6 months down the road, and then my TPD inspection is 3 months ago. So probably at no time are all my licenses relevant.
Yes.
So
interesting.
So even just trying to get licensed and standardizing and doing the right thing, you're kind of all over the place. So I think we need to streamline what we're doing. We need to standardize how we assess. We really need to look at what's important and what isn't, and create a better way of, like you said, communicating that information to everybody to make it easier.
Yeah. I'm going to spin this question to Julio. He mentioned weed and mushrooms. And Dr. Walcott earlier today spoke about these new and emerging trends in wellness tourism. How is the Bureau of Standards ensuring that it is relevant? With these new areas and new trends, what is kind of your process to ensuring that you have standards that are relevant for the market? And how are you making those new developments accessible to the actual players in the market?
Okay, thank you. So the Bureau of Standards, we keep our pulse on what's happening in Jamaica by doing things like these. We attend seminars, sessions, we collaborate with almost anybody. So we have a process where if you want a standard, you will indicate, and we go through what's called a new work item proposal. But we ask you about why is it necessary, how it impact on the economy, what's the difference it will make to the society, and then we decide. Also, we respond to the government, and every year we do what's called a national standard strategy, which really is assessing the imports into Jamaica, the major exports, what's the government strategy for economic growth, and based on that, we look at the sectors, and based on the sectors, we deliberately target these sectors to be involved in them. Also, at the international level, we access the same subject areas in committees. So ISO has over 22,000 TCs. We have a lot of standards.
22,000
technical committees.
Wow.
And these technical committees deliberate on any standard that's happening. So we have right now doing AI aggressively and how AI is used. But every committee we have and we do, every decision on a standard is based on science. So no data in the standard is based on somebody's opinion.
Yeah.
If you have an opinion, then you have to provide the evidence, which is natural, physical sciences, to show, and the committee deliberates and agree if it's true or not. It could be social sciences. Similarly, you have to do a survey out there and come back and show that it's true.
Right.
So that's why the standards are so robust. It is not because somebody thinks or likes. So the committee actually deliberates and talk a lot. So we keep on track of what's happening at international level. We sit on these committees also, and we deliberately seek to find ways where we can invest. So right now the Bureau is in committees that deal with smart standards. Standards in the future will not be paper documents. They'll be IT-enabled concepts where you can click on the standard. Our standards will soon be able to be used standards to actually a computer read the standard and a computer will generate a product.
Right. Interesting.
So we are keeping on track of what's happening. There's health and wellness. There's a lot of new trends, people lifestyles, environmental pests. We work with the Agricultural Ministry in terms of creating projects and also creating products that will ensure that there are new products out there that will respond, organic, this one. So we keep on track of what's happening by international trends, and if it is that we are not so-called invited, we put ourselves in the space.
Yes.
So like for AI right now, we are in this space, and he spoke about its accessibility. We are now looking at what is called a basket of standards.
Okay.
So if you want standards on the area you're asked for now, we are looking at using AI to investigate the standards and create a set of standards that are interrelated, which you can use in any product or service.
All right, interesting.
So we are looking at what other countries are doing, how they're using the standards, how they're using technology, and how they're trying to make their country better. And in Jamaica, we are aggressive. We are very aggressive, but very, very assertive.
Sure.
We are Usain Bolt. So we deliberately, up to yesterday, we were in committee meetings talking about how does AI help us create a basket of standards that will help us to help solutions. So we try to be involved, we try to be uncut technology, we try to integrate with the other stakeholders, and we always support. And if we don't know, we know who knows.
All right, excellent, excellent. I don't think we have any time for questions from the audience, Madam Chair. Okay, all right. So I think we are over our time. I wanted to thank everybody here sitting on the panel for a very vibrant discussion. They are available after the discussion if you have very specific questions around standards and certification and how you can get more information from their organizations. Thank you so much for the discussions and enjoy the rest of the conference, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes.
Let's give it up again for our esteemed moderator and panelist for standardization and certification in the wellness tourism value chain. All right, we're now going to move on to a very special presentation given by Senator Dr. Sophia Longmore on the magic of mushrooms for Jamaica.
So Dr. Longmore, twice appointed to the Senate, the upper house of parliament in Jamaica, actively contributing to governance and the passage of over 100 pieces of legislation, and former beauty queen Miss Jamaica, Universe 2000. Dr. Longmore is a consultant psychiatrist at the University Hospital of the West Indies with academic, clinical, and research duties. She is a reappointed board member and Jamaica's representative to the Parle Americans organization. She has served 2 consecutive terms as president of the Jamaica Psychiatric Association and is a published author and researcher. She is co-founder and practitioner of Celestine Source Retreats and former CMO Myoctopia Therapies in the Caribbean, a former representative for Jamaica to local, regional, and international UNESCO, UNICEF, UNFPA forums, and most importantly, mom of 2 boys. So please help me welcome Senator Dr. Sophia Longmore to the stage.
Hi, hello, good afternoon, everyone. All right, so I am here to talk about the magic in mushrooms for Jamaica. But before we do that, can we all just stand for a minute? Just stand. And let's just take a nice deep breath. It's about wellness. We should be practicing that space of wellness, stretch. I see the students doing it automatically. Taking a stretch. If you don't want to stretch, you could just actually push down in your shoes and just get those get that blood flowing. Yeah? All right, and let's just have a seat, and we know it's a long afternoon. Send some prayers out there for the rain, because I'm seeing some videos that look kind of frightening, so let's just hope that it's not too serious that we have to deal with as a country. All right, so I'm going to jump straight into it. The psilocybin mushroom. But not just the magic mushroom, but also later on I will speak to mushroom industry generally in Jamaica. And essentially, just a quick little historical background. We heard mention one of the panelists earlier of the example of maybe somebody using something that is naturally occurring for years or decades ago. The earliest record of the mushroom being used is over 10,000 BC. In Europe, they have found etchings in Spain of the use of the mushroom, psilocybin mushroom, which is a magic one that we speak of mostly, over 4,000 years ago. Here in Jamaica, it was commonly known as duppy umbrella. Everybody know about mushrooms as duppy umbrella. And the 2 main points of where we find the earliest use of it is in the western tips and the eastern tips of the island. So in Negril and in Morant Bay on the eastern side of the island. The classic presentation of how persons used to partake, we remember hearing about the mushroom tea. You go out in Negril decades ago and you'll go and get some tea. Let us not mention how that mushroom was harvested. Needless to say that we have progressed and advanced the industry. So now, what is happening in Jamaica is that with the prohibition of the psilocybin mushroom and other psychedelic medicines that was happening, you had a surge of its use in the 60s. And for whatever reasons, there was a prohibition in especially first world countries, the US, on psilocybin use and other psychedelic use. And the 1971 Convention on Psychotropic Drugs listed the magic mushroom as a Schedule 1 agent, suggesting that there was absolutely no medicinal value, that it is predisposed highly to addiction. Whether or not it was some wisdom, or maybe that's where the magic started in Jamaica, or started for Jamaica, we, in our local Dangerous Drug Act, does not list the psilocybin mushroom, does not list psilocin, the active ingredient. So what that has caused is that there has been a propagation, a literal mushrooming of the industry here in Jamaica. And what do you see happening? By the way, it is projected to be over a $6 billion industry by 2025. We're almost at the end of 23. So in about a year, almost 2 years, it's over $6 billion projected in this industry. And what has happened in Jamaica, as I mentioned before, because of the lack of criminalization or illegality of it, you have had the growth of the industry in ways that would not happen elsewhere. So you have the build-out of retreats, Celestine retreats. This is the one that I am associated with, in some very lovely settings. You have the development, I don't know, is there a point on this? No? No? Okay. You have in the middle the sweets, gummies that are mushroom infused, psilocybin infused, capsules, and of course various formats of how the retreats are conducted. What this means too is that you can have even unique strains of the mushroom developed. This young man here, Jordan James, has developed a strain, the typical, and just pay attention to where the arrow is right there. The typical psilocin content of the magic mushroom, psilocin being the active ingredient. That's what creates the effect of the mushroom. And I will go into that a little bit later on. The typical psilocin content of a mushroom is between 2.5 and about 3.2 I think it's 9 nanograms per milliliters or so. This young man has developed a strain that has a grading of over 4.5. So, to our awareness, there's no such other strain in the world. Again, showing you the level that Jamaica is taking this particular industry. Informally so far. We have now gone from where them used to harvest it for the teas in Negril decades ago to now you have some very sophisticated labs. Looking Glass Farm, the same Jordan, that's his farm right there. And you have Future Wellness Lab, which is a privately owned lab up at the University Hospital of the West Indies, where they're conducting significant research, particularly seeking to produce in a synthetic manner the psilocin content. So, what did we do as a government? I wear the hat as a psychiatrist, but I'm also a senator. So in 2020, when I also recognized the value of the psilocybin, and let me now go into the other side of what the questionable magic is about this mushroom. What we're finding is that when persons take varying doses, you can take doses, it's actually quite safe in the sense that the toxicity level, you almost have to take over 5,000 pounds of it for you to have a toxic effect. That's how safe it is relative to other substances. So persons use it in different formats. They use what you call microdosing, which is a small, like maybe 20 milligrams, 50 milligrams. And then you have persons such as myself, who I use it in my practice this way, who go to very heavy doses, up to 6 grams, 7 grams, 8 grams. And what you find is that it causes the individual, when you're doing the microdosing of the mushroom with an individual, that is usually where people use it recreationally as a party agent. You get the visuals and so forth. But as you grow up with the dosage, the person with proper supervision, now this is what is very critical. And we heard earlier around standardization, and I will get into that a little bit later on. You have a process that happens that is almost like psychotherapy compressed. The person is placed in a dissociative state that allows, if they have had trauma, any of the what you call the adverse childhood experiences, the ACEs, if they are significantly depressed, if they are suicidal, substance use, usually behind substance use, there's usually some trauma that pushes the person to the substance use. What the psilocybin does under proper supervision is allows the individual to process all of this hurt and emotional damage. And when you are guided through that process, you are able to literally go through the trauma and emerge in a healed state. But it is very important, the person who is guiding you through it. And my unique position as a psychiatrist, what I recognize is I started about in 2020, I started to see the research coming out that, hold on there's this thing that is causing people to stop using alcohol, cigarettes, is causing people to stop smoking weed in a way that they can't control it. It is changing suicidal thoughts, people who are treatment refractory, depressed. Here it is, there's this thing. And I was like, okay, but here I am in the Senate, and this thing can also cause people to go on what you call bad trips. So you hear about people jumping out of windows, and you hear about people having hallucinations. That is because it is not being administered in the right setting and with the right professional, and sometimes even the right mushroom. And so there is a definite clinical application, but definite need for safe application. And so what I did was I tabled a motion in the Senate, a private member's motion, calling for the standardization of the psilocybin industry in Jamaica. Basically recognizing that there is this very flourishing practice that is pulling in significant income. One particular retreat in Treasure Beach, which is very known, has reported and related that last year they have contributed to over $1 million to the local economy. And that's just one retreat. And I can tell you that I am aware of at least 20 retreats throughout Jamaica running where people are coming in, doing these immersions, but there are no standards. So you also have some practices that are very concerning. In addition to that informal industry, you also have significant academic progress being made in Jamaica. And this is why I tell you, there is magic in mushroom for Jamaica. We are actually looked on by the rest of the world as leaders in this space. Therapeutic potential of psilocybin. This is by Henry Lowe et al. This was in 2021. Psychedelics, alternative and potential therapeutic options for treating mood and anxiety disorders. This is, I think, by Lowe again. This is Frontiers in Psychiatry, Psychedelic-Assisted Therapy. This is in collaboration with something that would work that Professor Frederick Hicklin did. And this is by Walcott et al. With Delahaye. And again, because we changed administration in 22, I retabled the motion now. Also, in this one, recognizing more so the safety. I learned from my first submission, having gone through and researched and explored I came to recognize the significant safety of this agent, but at the same time, the significant risk that can be had if we do not have the standards in place that says if somebody comes into Jamaica, once you are in contact with what Jamaica has approved as a treatment process, you are guaranteed to have a certain experience that is safe and good and has the stamp of approval by Jamaica as one of our mushroom purveyors. And so, more research, this is by the same, this is by Rupika Delgado, where this piece of research actually is where they're trying to create a synthetic version of psilocybin in the lab. And so it has caught on. The world recognizes, local media recognizes it. CNN was here a couple months ago doing a feature. Reuters, psychedelic mushrooms expand Jamaica tourism beyond reggae and sunshine. The world is recognizing this. There is great scope and potential for this industry if we build it out properly. And again, more local media around it. Sorry, that's a repeat. And so the next steps, following on the private members' motion, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce basically aligned with the Bureau of Standards of Jamaica for us to establish the Jamaica Psilocybin Industry Technical Committee, of which I was elected chair. And basically, it is a group of persons who are actively in the industry, like any other industry builder. One of the things that I wanted to ensure was that the players in the industry are actively involved in building out the industry and can teach us how to go about making sure that the standards that exist are one that are in keeping with the heritage of the use of psilocybin, but also ensuring that the highest clinical application and safety is in place. So that's with the psilocybin mushroom. The other aspects of mushrooms in Jamaica is edible mushrooms. This is the other side that is also significantly a prospect of growth and industry build-out for Jamaica. Edible mushrooms has an increasing global demand. There is significant nutritional value in mushrooms. It has one of the highest protein content outside of animal meat. So it is one of the highest non-animal source of protein. I don't want to say plant because the mushroom is not a plant. It is a fungus actually, which is it's not plant and it's not animal. All right, so it's a third class of organism, and so it has one of the highest protein content, packed with vitamins and minerals, and significantly the medicinal values. Apart from the possible impact on mental health, and by the way, let me clarify something here, that it is not just about mental health. As a psychiatrist now for a number of years, and a physician generally for over 20-something years, there are 4 aspects to our health: physical, mental, social, and spiritual. It has come to my full acceptance that the most important aspect of anyone's health is their spiritual health. Because when you're spiritually connected, that is when you know who you are. That is when you know your purpose, your unique value in a space, and that you're belonging to something bigger than yourself. And that is what the psilocybin mushroom does. It is about spiritual health care. It is putting you in that space. When you take those high doses of the magic mushroom, what it does is that it causes you to reflect on yourself and the traumas that you have been through, it causes you to detach from it and heal from it and emerge in a new space. And so when we speak of the value of the mushroom, you have the separate medicinal values because some of these edible mushrooms are also very high in antioxidants, very high in anti-inflammatories. So they are just healthy across the board, dealing with things like chronic lifestyle illnesses, cancers, autoimmune illnesses. The economic value, as I mentioned before, the ecological value for our land spaces, the environmental value is significant. This strain of a mushroom breaks down plastic. It is one of the few naturally occurring agents that can degrade plastic. So you just imagine what that could do for Earth if we were to build this out as an industry. And so, with respect to the edible market, mushroom market, the projected market size is over $58.39 billion with a growth rate CGR of 7.1% in 2023. It is projected to reach $89.4 billion in 2028. When you say there is scope for potential, there is scope for growth, and Jamaica is poised at the very edge of it, the cutting edge. There is something about Jamaica. There is something about the magic that could be had in Jamaica, and there's definitely something about the mushroom industry in Jamaica. And see, harvesting, this was just earlier this week I threw this one. This was earlier this week, harvesting the psychedelic renaissance here in Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. The magic of mushrooms for Jamaica. Let's hear it again for Dr. Sophia Longmore. Incredible and thought-provoking. Do we have time for questions? I know everybody's like, yes, please. Let's go for it. A few?
Oh, yes, I forgot.
We have a video.
Yes, sorry about the I'm sorry, I have one quick little additional thing to share with you guys. I had forgotten about it. It's actually a testament from a client that I have treated with psilocybin mushroom. And I wanted to share it with you because I think it speaks to the potential of it. Yes, can we cue? And let me just say that this individual is from you can pick up that he's an American accent and worked with a major telecommunications organization. I'll just leave it at that. Do we have it? Yes, go ahead, please.
I will forever be grateful for Dr. Sapphire Longmore and the work she did with me while I was in Jamaica at the Celestine Retreat. Her full immersion psilocybin protocol worked incredibly well for helping me to uncover some of the things that I needed to work on. She was incredibly helpful in helping me find a breakthrough at a moment where I was definitely a bit stuck. Her work, her knowledge, her compassion were instrumental in helping me be where I am right now. From day one, she was incredibly compassionate and sympathetic to where I was, what I was going through, and what I needed to find. The first day was an incredible journey into my own self and where I could be and what the potentials I had, but there was some blockage. It wasn't until the second day of her protocol that I completely had a real breakthrough, a real awakening in sort. I needed to be with her. She knew exactly what to.
Yeah. So I didn't want to, you don't have to hear the whole thing. But the whole point is that this person, and he will say it, he says it later on, he had significant substance use issues, he was actually suicidal at times, etc., was going through almost like a midlife crisis. And of course, yes, I did get his permission to be showing that, yeah? But the point is that there is huge scope and potential. It could help a lot of people in Jamaica. But when it comes on to the tourist dollar and wellness tourism, we're just waiting to mushroom with it, literally. All right, I'll just take the one question now.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jason Wharton, and I'm here as an attendee who works in most of the industries that intersect at this conference. So I'm very glad for this conference to be happening, and I'm very glad to be here. I've worked in entertainment, in wellness as a yoga teacher, and I've also spent a few years working in wellness hotel management, helping to manage a small resort, where we offered a lot of these things. So primarily I'm speaking as someone who has been involved with psychedelic mushroom therapy, microdosing, using them in yoga classes that I teach, and also in these macrodose deep dive sessions with people like this gentleman. And to get straight to the point, I would really appreciate if you could give us any kind of inclination as someone who is involved in governance, if there are any upcoming changes in any legislation, because as I love to point out, it's a little ironic that there's 1 million laws around ganja. You can barely do anything without the CLA breathing down your neck, but we have 0 rules and regulations. And it's pretty wild to see mushroom products sold in gyms. I mean, it's one thing in a health store or a hotel. So, I mean, I'm not saying that's problematic, but I imagine that sooner or later a change is going to come. So I don't know if you have any inkling that you could share with us, because people like myself don't want to get left out. We want to be certified and standardized and on board.
Yes, yes.
So is there anything you could share with us?
Well, so as I mentioned before, the technical committee has been formalized, and I was cautious in not going in too deep into that, because we are working through the standards. If you are connected with the community in terms of mushrooms in Jamaica, I'm sure you probably have heard about that committee, and you can freely be a part of it. It is open, and it is persons like yourself that we invite to be a part of the actual rolling out and standardization process. With respect to changes in legislation, quote unquote, I am very keen on ensuring, one, the safe application of the substance, 2, the availability of it to the persons who need it and would benefit. In Jamaica, we have a lot of persons who could benefit from this. But 3, we also have to ensure that the players in the industry already are dovetailed in it once they are recognized as being safe operators. Outside of that, and that is essentially what we hope to do, it is about standards, and let me just underscore that the rest of the world is looking at what is happening in Jamaica. You will see things that pop up. After we have our meetings, you can watch the international space and you will see things pop up that are actually related to what is happening in the meeting. So that's why I'm very cautious about how much I divulge. But rest assured, I would invite you, please. You can contact me afterwards and I'll tell you how you can be a part of the committee. Sure.
So hi, thanks so much for the presentation. I think it was excellent just seeing the amazing promise in this space. I wanted to comment on the question that you asked and then turn it to a question to you. So the Food and Drugs Act that Doc spoke about does not ban psilocybin mushrooms. As somebody who works with pharmaceutical, cosmetics, natural health product companies and brands, The Food and Drug Act does not ban it. However, the Food and Drug Act does have laws that govern pharmaceuticals, natural health products, and cosmetics. Any products developed from mushrooms or any other product is regulated by that law. So there are laws and compliance standards that would apply. That being said, the industry that's developing the variety of products, be it teas, be it candies, be it capsules, do you find that these innovators are complying with the Food and Drug Act when it comes to those laws and regulations? Because they do exist.
So that is one of the, especially in the areas of concerns that I have personally. One, the attractiveness, especially to youngsters. Yeah. Two, the availability of these substances in spaces where you might have alcohol, marijuana, the party setting. And a lot of times, you know, persons, how the substance work, and this is now where the clinical application comes in, is that based on the dosage and what state you are in emotionally, you could be in a party and it puts you in a state of processing some trauma. And that is when a very negative experience could be had. And so that is where we are very especially concerned. So within the network, we try to put it out. Guys, make sure, even though we have not formalized yet and put out the standards on a national level, we put it within the space. Ensure product safety, ensure proper labeling, ensure that there is a responsible dispensation. And so we recognize it, but it's a work in progress. But I'm very glad that the government is in support of what we're doing, and we're getting the ammunition to do what we need to do. All right? All good?
Wow, thank you again, Dr. Sophia Longmore, for that incredible presentation. All right, so we are going to move on to our next panel. This one is community-led tourism, a growing trend that holds value, past, present, and future. And I'd like to take this time to introduce our moderator, Miss Mikisha Silvera. She is the Destination Manager, Kingston and St. Andrew Tourism Product Development Company, TPD CEO. Mikisha Silvera started her tourism product development company journey in 2019 as a consultant to the executive office charged with implementing major projects such as the Tourism Summer Internship Program and the Tourism Service Excellence Awards. She later received a promotion and currently serves as the Destination Manager for Kingston. In her capacity as destination manager, she has responsibility for overseeing and coordinating the multi-stakeholder management of the resort area as a sustainable tourism destination to ensure that the visitor's experience is safe, secure, and seamless. Mrs. Silvera has experience spanning over 20 years in banking, marketing, and the airline industry. She studied computer science at the College of Arts, Science and Technology, now UTech Jamaica, and attended the Holy Childhood High School. Family is at the forefront of her life, liming with friends, dancing and having a good time, giving of her time with the indigent, feeding and uplifting these community members is also a main priority. Please again help me welcome our moderator, Miss Mikisha Silvera.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, young boys, young girls. Good afternoon. Let me hear you again. Good afternoon. So I'd like to thank Camelia for that wonderful introduction. And I'd like to also make a special thank you for Senator Dr. Longmore for that presentation that gave us that wealth of knowledge that most of us in here would not have known. So Tourism has been my life, tourism is my life, and will continue to be my life. Brand Jamaica is very important to me. Everything that I do, think, sleep, it's all about the well-being of our citizens of our country. Making an effort to make things happen. And as our Honorable Minister, Edmund Martlet, would always say, it's the happiness industry. And I'd like to thank, first of all, the Ministry of Tourism, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, and also the tourism linkages. And I'd like to say a special thank you to our Permanent Secretary, Ms. Griffith, that is. And community. There are over 775 communities across Jamaica, and I'd like to let you know that they're very instrumental in making Jamaica the country that it is just now. And everything that is owned, led, operated by persons within these communities, or what we call communities, and inviting our people from other countries or visitors to our island, to have them have that experience is number one for us, because we're finding that it's very important. So even you students that are here right now, I want you to just pay keen attention to what we're going to be doing right now. We have 4 persons on the panel, and that we're going to introduce shortly. We're just getting the stage ready at this time. I'd also like to thank the presenters, the panelists that were there before. We talk about Mrs. Keating Campbell that was there, who spoke about TPDCO and what we do at TPDCO. We deal with the development and the enhancement of the tourism product. We make sure that everything is in place. Safety, security, and seamlessness. We speak about it all the time, and it's something that we will continually do, because standards must be in place, regulations must be adhered to at all times. So, is it time? Ready? All right. Are we ready for the... We're ready? Okay, fine. At this time, it is my honor and a pleasure to introduce the panelists that will be speaking about community-led tourism this afternoon. I would like to invite back on the stage Senator Dr. Sophia Longmore. Would you kindly join us at this time? So she's a consultant psychiatrist at the University Hospital of the West Indies. And, you know, she knows, you spoke with her before, so we have an idea of what she's about. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have Mr. Omar Sweeney, Manager Director, the Jamaica Social Investment Fund. A round of applause for me, please. Mr. Theo Chambers, co-founder of the Temple of Inner Peace and the Caribbean Tourism and Wellness Conference. Give him a round of applause, please. Last but not least, we have Mr. David Walters, Executive Director at the Jamaica Conservation and Development Trust. Thank you very much. Bringing citizens together, making it happen is very important for us within the tourism sector. Building and enhancing of communities, because we know that once visitors come to the island, they want to have that cultural experience. They want to sit with us, they want to play with us, they want to dance with us, they want to learn what Jamaica is about. And then what we've found is that they're venturing out and they want to see and experience what they're hearing about, because we have persons returning to Jamaica based off of whether they hear from their family, their friends, on the TV. They want to come to Jamaica. This is the place to be. So once they've come here now, they want to venture out, they want to have our food, and they want to enjoy our music, what we have to offer. And I'm going to now quickly start with Mr. Theo. Yes, Mr. Theo, you know I'm going to speak to you now. What is your thought on community-led tourism? Tell me a little bit about your thoughts on community tourism at this time.
Thank you very much. Community tourism, from my point of view, is where you advocate for tourism to influence the community. And it's very important that if tourism coming to Jamaica is not influenced, is not benefiting the community, then is not trickling down to the community. But one thing that is very important about community tourism is about wellness, okay? And one of the most important things is how do you live in harmony with nature? And to me, that's very, very important. Walking barefoot and grounded in the community, the way grandmother and grandfather used to do that, is very important. Able to just live a natural life is very important. An example, I grew up in a community where I live naturally. In 60 days, I'll be 75 years old, and I live that natural life. And I learned a couple of things in the community. Number one, the human body is made up of approximately 37.2 trillion cells. Cells don't need food to eat. Cells needs what? Energy. So whatever we eat, whatever we digest, whatever we drink, must be able to convert into energy. And you can get that from the Sursa tea, the ginger tea in the community. A majority of vitamin and supplement came from nature. So it's all we go back to nature and promote nature. And last but not least, when I used to teach Team Jamaica, I tell people that we are in the hospitality industry. Take off the last three letters from hospitality, we have a hospital. Who go to hospital? Sick people. So the joke I always say, people don't come to Jamaica because they're happy, they come to Jamaica because they are sick. They're sick of their job, they're sick of their family, they're sick of the weather.
You want to hold this for me until I come?
And they're coming to Jamaica to get cured and enjoy themselves and so forth.
Let's go on.
So to me, community tourism is most important than just put them in a hotel and just giving them what they get every day anywhere in the world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Theo. And he spoke about the trickle-down effects of what community tourism has to offer, and also that people want to come to Jamaica and what they come to Jamaica for. And at this point in time, I'd like to introduce our other panelists, Mr. Jason Hensel of
Thank you.
Jakes. A round of applause once again
Thank you.
for each panelist.
Extremely sorry for being late.
All right, so there it is. I would know Mr. David Walters. All right, so just hearing Mr. Theo speak just now, in regards to the benefits that you think are immediate for Jamaicans, could you just let me know, maybe a few that you have at the top of your head, you know, what you think the immediate benefits are for the community tourism on Jamaicans?
Sure. In terms of community tourism for Jamaicans and what the benefits are, first off, I think it's important to acknowledge that giving people agency over the decision-making and the development of the tourism product in their communities is a huge step for them in terms of benefits. What it allows them to do is to actually direct benefits and ensure that their communities are being developed. So it's not just about the recreational side of tourism, it's ensuring that we have a sustainable product. And we're looking at the pillars of sustainability, meaning the social well-being of the communities, the health of the communities and the residents as well. So the paradigm of community-led tourism, we think of the vision as being beneficial for the communities and not necessarily exploitative of the communities. So we want people to participate, we want people to benefit from the products of tourism. So what this means for the community in a practical sense is that people can earn from the tourism product. But not only earnings are available, is that they can have an opportunity to share their culture, share their way of life. And from my perspective, and here at the JCDT, we tend to view community tourism as a vehicle for preservation of culture and also as a vehicle for the preservation of natural heritage. So if you go into a rural community, say in the Rio Grande Valley, and residents are showing you around, you know, their trails, their waterfalls, and so on. They're also telling you about their way of life and their history, what their people, you know, what the kind of lifestyle that they partake in. And by doing this, it's one of those tools that help us to preserve all of that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate when you speak about the culture, that is what you want people to know, because you want them to have that experience, that wholesome experience that makes that a lifelong, memorable insight for them, so that they'll keep for the rest of their life and they'll also share it with their friends. So Mr. Hensel, all right, so when you're thinking about the indigents within community tourism, what activities you do believe would stimulate them to become willing to participate in this community tourism venture?
Right, thank you. So first of all, I'm proud that Treasure Beach has had a tradition of community tourism for a very long time. Going back to, you know, Diana McIntyre Pike, who is on the panel there, and also Desmond Henry, right? And right now, we're actually hosting a team from Tobago, a study tour, who are here looking at best practices and looking at Treasure Beach as a model for community tourism. So I think the zoning is important, first of all, and the fact that, you know, we have a village where people wanted to protect their sense of community and their identity, and they didn't want to basically sell out to large commercial accommodations, right? So it takes a very holistic view of, you know, what's your state of education, what's your state of training, what's the resources that are available, and having a very long-term approach. You know, so our foundation, BREDS, has worked very closely with entities like the Tourism Enhancement Fund, for instance, and I've gotten several grants from them. I didn't see you, I promise. And, you know, for instance, the Treasure Beach Sports Park and Academy, what we have developed as a model in sports tourism, we've raised over $1.5 million US there to create a facility that is great for locals and schools and national competitions, regional competitions, as well as being able to host teams from abroad. You know, if you had told me, for instance, that the Treasure Beach Football Club would have been in the Premier League team today, if you had said that 5 years ago, people would have laughed at you. You know, thank you. So, you know, we like to say that a rising tide lifts all boats. You know, just last week, there were some guests from Treasure Beach who went to Newell High School and were working with the English teachers on some methodology to get what we would call non-starters or slow readers in different methodologies of how to get them stimulated. So it is so wide and deep, right? To be honest, it has to be your life's work. It's not a part-time thing. You have to be in it fully. You have to be fully immersed. And, you know, it takes a long time to gain trust, right? Persons are suspicious and at first skeptical. But, you know, I think that we've been able to do that in Treasure Beach, and to host this delegation from Tobago really means a lot to us. And we see that there's so many other communities and villages in Jamaica that should adopt this. Not that we're against the large hotels at all, because we need those for the airlift. But there's just so much more potential for community tourism across the villages and districts and communities in our country.
Right, so you spoke about long-term investment and that willingness, because, you know, persons may be apprehensive in thinking that you're doing something great. And when they see that you're doing something great and it's stimulating the communities and it's enabling the communities, we are appreciative of that, because they become inclusive and they become sustainable. Your community becomes developed and enhanced, and we'd like to thank you for that. And moving over to Mr. Sweeney, I just want for you to just enlighten us about the Ready program that is available to Jamaicans.
All right, so let me start by saying that the context of JSIF in community tourism is one where we really work to mobilize financing, appropriate development financing to develop communities. And our investments are twofold. The first part of our investments are related to policy, making sure you have a good policy and evidence-based approach. And so since 2010, for instance, we've worked with the Ministry of Tourism, I recognize P.S. Griffith, and to develop a community tourism policy. Right? We've revised the policy, we've done baseline assessments, we've done marketing studies, we've done a number of things we've invested in collaboration with the ministry to ensure that we can set a proper framework for all participants. The second part of the investments is related to actual communities. So since we engage communities, of course, the cry is always for livelihood development. And so from the coast to the hills, there are many communities that have potential attractions, but there are a number of challenges. Those challenges would be related to tenure, land tenure, who really owns the attraction. There's issues related to business acumen. Many of them don't have the capacity to really develop that business. There's last mile infrastructure getting there, of course, and maybe other safety things related to the standards that we spoke about in the earlier sessions. And then there's also capacity, just the capacity to sustain that tourism enterprise. And so our READY program, which really means Rural Economic Development Initiative, has really a strong tourism, community tourism component that is focused on providing investments so that average community persons, people who reside in communities, can matriculate the entire gamut from being where they are to being an international certified, licensed, standard community tourism operator. And as with any industry, there's supply chain. So even the largest, for example, at Treasure Beach, do need smaller operators to participate. And so, but we all need to have a standard and an ability. So we make those micro investments, and then those investments really come through a call for proposals, where we make a call for proposals, and these entities that have capacity issues, last mile issues, can engage and receive grant resources to be a part of the whole ecosystem of CTE. And so that's our role as a strategic investor, if you will, in the whole enterprise. We've done collaborative with TEF and TPDCO, for instance. We do collaborative investments because they are right place to make the direct investments, but they are cross-cutting and collaborative investment that's needed to make sure that we can really have a robust industry that's sustainable. So that's the long answer.
That's it. Okay. So you basically are holding their hands, getting them through the process.
Yes.
Because that's what's very important.
Correct.
And Senator, all right, quick one here. Take, for instance, we have a community that needs to be started up and wants to be a part of community tourism. And just give me a few items that you would just start off with from its inception stage.
Well, sorry. So before I go to, in terms of the specific elements that we would particularly consider, you know, there's a concept around the community tourism that I don't know if we are as focused on, but I would love to just relate. Our first presenter this morning spoke about the European visitor and how many vacations they take and why their lifestyle, why they seem so much more healthy, etc., etc. And one of the elements that we have, I'm speaking from my health focus here now, is that we, within our spaces, I think Jamaicans don't know our own Jamaica enough, in my mind. Mm-hmm. And a whole dimension to community tourism is the staycationing and the interactions between communities and individuals exploring communities throughout Jamaica that they may not be familiar with. I remember I've interacted with persons who live in St. Thomas and they don't know what St. Mary looks like. They live in Westmoreland and they don't know beyond St. Elizabeth. And I think that there is huge scope, huge potential for community tourism that benefits our own community members and individual citizens as a program to enhance not just their awareness of their space, but also their general health, just their general wellness, just you know, be able to go to a beach in another parish is a huge thing.
Sure.
If a family could know that, boy, you know, this month or this quarter, I am going to be in St. Thomas. I live in Clarendon, but I'm going to go to St. Thomas, and me and my family going to go to St. Thomas. And then after that, we're going to go to somewhere in St. Mary. That's hugely empowering. That's hugely healthy. And it's just, I think it's an untapped potential in community tourism. And just to relate to the grounding, I'm very, very big on the grounding. When you walk barefoot in a community that, the house or home that your grandmother had you in is a different thing than when you walk barefoot outside. There's a connection to it. And I think that we need to enhance that within our own people. And in so doing, open up that potential to external markets for the value that is here. But with respect to, actually, as you asked in terms of a build out, I think it is not my area of specialty, but off the top of my head, you would want to see personally the natural potential that the community has. You have communities that might be naturally agriculturally based, they might have a waterfall nearby, so whatever is naturally there, I would build out, I would seek to enhance and develop. And then of course, try to enable the members of the community to be actively involved in the process. Every little man who knows that big tree that is around that bend could tell you how to use that big tree that is back there and a store is behind it in that community build out. They know it. So I would actually try to incorporate the players in the space and of course whatever resources that might be necessary to build out their natural potential.
Right, thank you very much. And as Senator just spoke that, you know, we might be in one parish and not know what's happening in the other parish. And we talk about Treasure Beach, all the luxuries that Treasure Beach has to offer. Everybody wants to be in Treasure Beach. So it must mean that, Mr. Hensel, you're doing something great over there, I must say. I must say that. I must give my hat to you. Right. And I wanted, for persons who are online and listening, to just a gentle reminder that the Tourism Product Development Company, we have a department called the Product Development and Community Tourism, that any information that you may need to enhance, to develop your community, that you may just give us a call. We're available. We have several offices, and that information can be sought of quite easily. And we have to put our heads together to understand how important community tourism is for us. As I mentioned early on, there are 775 communities in Jamaica. And that's what the STC says, the social development. That's what they're stating. So you may have many more than that. So we need to capitalize on our community to build a stronger Jamaica. We have to hold each other's hands and showcase what Jamaica has to offer so that brand Jamaica is going to be the greatest, the place where people want to live, love, in unity. People want to visit, have that experience, take that experience, and they want to come back to Jamaica. So community tourism is quite important. And at this point, I'd like to thank all of my panelists that are on here. And if there's any questions that needs to be asked, I'm sure we're able to take it. Or Mr. Theo would like to say something at this time?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Jason, when he started that sports event, when Lee Chin came in the helicopter, we was right there with Dynamite McIntyre Pipe.
Right.
And no one thought you could have do that, but
Right.
you made it work.
Right.
And also when the International Institute for Peace Through Tourism created the first Peace Village, you was right there
Thank you.
in endorsing that. So we
Thank
was
you.
part of all of that development that took place. Another important thing about community tourism, when you have a successful community tourism, they protect the community. They will take responsibility to make sure that crime and so forth is reduced. So it's important to understand that community tourism is a very powerful tool in reducing crime because they will make sure they protect their interest. And JSIF has been there for us with Dana McIntyre Pike and so forth when we went through the entire island doing promotion and awards and so forth throughout for the last, 20 years we've been doing that. But the last important thing I want to say as it relates to community tourism is that it is important in today's market because people want to be in nature, people want to develop a healthy lifestyle, and getting the way grandmother used to make the regular rice and peas and fried plantain and sorrel and so forth. They love that.
Yes.
And I've seen it happen throughout the entire Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, and Diana has been a leader in trying to promote community tourism, not only in Jamaica, but throughout the entire Caribbean. So I think it's time that we really look into that and make sure that businesses, villages as businesses can develop that model or they can really generate income and better themselves through the tourism industry. And to say what you stated, the Jamaica Tourist Board had a program that every month we used to go to different parishes. They had that. And I think we can try to reinstate that again. But I think it was every month or every three months, we went some different parishes to the Jamaica Tourist Board.
Yes, and that's very important. You made one valid point, which I really liked, which is that protection of the community itself, just encompassing and making sure that if there's any negative thoughts, that it is protected by the citizens, and they ensure and they give that assurance that once you come into the community, you'll be fine. And that's very important. Another thing I wanted to say before we depart this stage is that under the TPDCO, which is the Tourism Product Development Company, we also did a rebranding of our Team Jamaica training just now. So that's something that you can look into also, that cultural experience, that training. And we also have what we call a Community Ambassadors of Tourism training, which is a one-day workshop that is administered by our TPDCO trainers, that we go into the communities, we speak with the indigent, and it's a one-day workshop that we talk about tourism, community tourism, the importance of having a job, if not having a job, being productive. We also touch on deportment, clarity of speech, and they also get a certificate of participation. So we recognize that they're enjoying this because it now enhances the tourism industry. It makes them more aware of what's happening out there. And that's where we are. So the tourism product is working for you. The Ministry of Tourism is working for Jamaica. And I'd like to thank them. And Brand Jamaica is everything to me, so please understand. This is my life. And I'd like to thank the panelists, each and every person, Mr. David, Mr. Jason, Theo, and Mr. Sweeney, and Senator Longmore, for participating with us this afternoon on community-led tourism. So thank you once again, lady and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
And sponsors that have made today possible. Ministry of Tourism and its agencies, Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, the JHTA, JAMPRO, the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, Stewart's Automotive Group, Shoretime Medical Emergency, the Exim Bank, and the Development Bank of Jamaica Limited. Also want to thank our incredible production team, the Montego Bay Convention Center, John Swaby Productions, and Real Time Studios. While we're waiting, does anybody want to share their favorite moment today so far? Any takers? All of them were amazing, eh? I can't believe we're already wrapping up day one. We are going to have our closing remarks. No? All right, so I want you all to help me welcome Miss Carolyn McDonald Riley, Director of the Tourism Linkages Network. She is going to deliver the summary of day one. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Miss Jennifer Griffith, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism. Our Executive Director, Dr. Kerry Wallace. Ms. Joy Roberts, Executive Director, Jamaica Vacations Limited. Ms. Georgia Robinson, Executive Director, Devon House. And I'm still seeing our JHTA President, Mr. Robin Russell, and members of the media, distinguished, esteemed attendees, good evening. I know we're winding down. As the curtains draw to a close on the remarkable first day of the 5th Jamaica Health and Wellness Tourism Conference, I'm filled with gratitude for the collective energy, the insights, and the passion that has illuminated our discussions today. We went on a journey of knowledge sharing and the depth of expertise showcased by our distinguished panelists has been nothing short of inspiring. It started with our Honorable Minister, who gave the keynote speech, and he spoke of the memorable experience of embarking on a journey of rejuvenation and self-discovery, and he likened it to the Garden of Eden. Then we went on to Dr. McDonald, who in his presentation, he demonstrated that the dynamic landscape of health and wellness tourism is not just merely a journey, it is a data-driven odyssey into the realms of possibility. And the statistics he shared with us, though alarming, is a reminder that gone are the days of generic observations. Cutting-edge statistics really empower us to identify trends with precision. He also posed questions. Where do you think we stand with respect to health statistics? So let us not just look at the data with a simple lens, but really to be cognizant of the stories that is told, that it shapes, and where our future lies. In the backdrop of the global health challenges we're faced, the importance of investing in wellness has never been more apparent. Our fireside chat with Dr. Walcott has shed light on the dynamic landscape of health and wellness, where innovation is the driving force behind the transformative experiences. And of course, we understood this from the remarkable potential of innovative activities that he spoke about, which empowered us as individuals and communities on our journeys. We were also fed with the standardization and certification in wellness tourism and the value chain panel, which was moderated by Dr. Jones. And she explored the significance of setting rigorous standards, the importance of quality assurance, and the role of certification in building trust among wellness travelers. We have discussed how these measures not only protect the interest of consumers, but also empower wellness providers. We have delved into a world of cutting-edge technologies, learned of the most promising trends in medical technology, and of course, listening to our Dr. Sophia Longmore today was an eye-opener, learning and going to places that we weren't sure existed and activities that we weren't sure that was happening. But what we do know is that legislation is coming to look at some of the activities that, though new and not yet chartered, we are ahead of the game. We looked at the community-led tourism, a growing trend that holds vast past, present, and future. And this was led by our own Mikisha Silvera. And she reiterated the immense potential and the rich tapestry of the community-led tourism. We have explored the way in which it honors traditions, promotes local cultures, and respects the environment, and in doing so, holds a unique place in the hearts of travelers. Throughout our discussions, we have journeyed through time, reflecting on the historical significance of community-led tourism. We have discussed its current resurgence as travelers seek authentic and meaningful connections, and we have glimpsed into the promising future where this trend continues to thrive. Additionally, we tackled the challenge of engaging with the indigent within communities and heard of the successful approaches getting them on board with the community tourism concept. And I must say, we also have the ministry has dedicated information with respect to community tourism. So of course we'll be hearing more about this, that we will, and I should point you that we have wellness in JA, and it is important that you go on to find out the different trends in tourism, but more importantly on our social pages at TEF Jamaica, you'll find information on what happened today. Ladies and gentlemen, today has been a feast of fulfilling and uplifting discussions. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to our exceptional moderators and panelists. Your dedication and expertise brought an unparalleled richness to the discussions, making each session insightful, engaging, thought-provoking, and seamless. Undoubtedly, you have left an indelible mark on our event. To our audience, in person and online, thank you for the active participation and insightful contributions. I have no doubt that the discussions we have had today will echo far beyond these walls, influencing the future of our wellness tourism for the better. To our exhibitors, they have enriched the overall experience for our attendees. The diversity and quality of your exhibits added vibrancy to the event, making it a true reflection of the innovation and dynamism within our industry. We are also tremendously grateful to our generous sponsors and partners. Please join me in expressing our appreciation to our partners, the Ministry of Tourism and its agencies, Jamaica Hotel Tourism Association, Jamaica Promotions Corporation, the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, and Rural Agriculture Development Authority. In addition, we had some sponsors today. We had Stewart Automotive Group. I hope you had an opportunity to look at their cars. If you didn't do so today, you will get an opportunity to see them tomorrow. The Exim Bank Jamaica Limited, the Development Bank of Jamaica Limited, and Short-Time Emergency Services Limited. As we conclude, let's carry forward the conviction that investing in wellness isn't just a sound financial decision, but also commitment to enhancing the quality of the individuals and communities alike. Thank you for all making day one of the 5th Jamaica Health and Wellness Conference a success. I look forward to the reconvening with you tomorrow for another day of exploration, innovation, and collaboration. So, recharge, reflect, and return with renewed enthusiasm for another day of insightful conversation. Please remember that we immediately move into the inaugural Excellence in Health and Wellness Tourism Awards, so don't go away. You are still invited to join us. So for persons who will leave now, safe travel and good evening.
All right. Well, I don't know what else to say after that one. And Miss McDonald Riley has been doing such incredible work behind the scenes making this all happen. So congratulations. Hardworking lady. So again, this ends day one. We begin day two tomorrow at 9 a.m. Put your hands up if you come in tomorrow. Yes. Exciting. Remember that we also have the first ever, the inaugural Excellence in Health and Wellness Tourism Awards that starts at 4:30. So go and have some refreshments, hang out, and be in room D3. Where is room D3? This way? This way. All right, so to your left this way. D3, 4:30 p.m. All right? Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Please be on time tomorrow. Rest well, stay safe, stay dry, and we'll see you for another amazing day tomorrow for day two. Thank you, everyone. For another amazing day tomorrow for day two. Thank you, everyone.